them as well. What a move for the 48. Oh, look at this, and onto the straight they come.
Brilliant move there from the number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over Hawthorne Hill, down Pilgrim's Drop, and it's brilliant stuff here at Brands Hatch.
A battleground of 4 hours worth of racing. One of the premier circuits the world has to offer. This is your Motorsport UK Esports 4 hours of Silverstone. It is all about racing with a lot in mind. The return of ELMS to Silverstone promotes your brilliant racing action for today. My name's Jake Sperry, JR Gregory along in the box with me for all 4 hours worth of coverage brought to you on RaceSpotTV. And I tell you what, JR, there is always a smile coming back to Silverstone. It is the home of Formula Racing, but today it's all about endurance, LMP2, LMP3 and GT3.
Really looking forward to this one, and a really interesting combination of cars that we're going to see out there today. And for folks over in North America where I am, you're going to be missing the P1 cars. We've got GT3, P2, and P3 cars, which is going to create some possible problems passing, and we'll talk about that as we go.
And there are your prizes on screen to celebrate the return of ELMS, European Le Mans Series to Silverstone. There are 6 pairs of tickets available up for the 14th of September. The winners of each class receive a pair of tickets, and then a team in each class at random will be receiving a pair of tickets as well. So a lot to try and discover and go through. Easy in terms of understanding what's going on in LMP2 and LMP3, because you've got the Dallara P217 and the Ligier JS P320, but the big key is going to come in LMGT3, which has all of the smorgasbord available, JR, for what car you can run.
Yeah, it's that is quite a spread of cars. We have a few of these on your list here missing, and it looks like the 992 GT3R and the Benz are the 2 popular ones on today's entry list. It'll be interesting to see very, very different cars, the rear engine 911 and the front engine V8 Benz. It'll be interesting to see how they handle the elements out here. I think a potential for a little bit of liquid sunshine today, which could play a role in today's race.
It might do, but at the moment, the forecast is just holding off at mostly cloudy here at the moment. Just over my house about an hour ago, as we're running ideal conditions to the 14th of September. At the moment, over my house today, it was thunder and lightning, so they've managed to avoid that. Windy, though, I think is the important thing to catch out of this. Coming in from the west-northwest at the moment, which means that will create a crosswind along the Wellington Straight and crucially a cross headwind on the Hangar Straight. So that's going to make life a little bit more difficult today for these drivers, JR.
Yeah, it certainly will, and we'll do our best to keep an eye on that for you. But yeah, very interested to see this one get underway. We've got some practice times coming in, and track temp pretty mellow, as you might imagine. Looks a little bit humid out there, though, which can make Silverstone a little greasy. If you've driven on this track, you know it can be quite slippy. You know it's hard on tires, and hard on tires always adds a very interesting element to endurance racing.
It absolutely does. We take a little look at the wing and say that qualifying has already been done and dusted. So your LMP2 field is like this. Triple S Racing Pink will have control of the category with Callum Morgan, and Calamity Motorsports X150 Motorsport with Daniel Kell will be alongside on the front row. It's then David Brown Racing.UK in third with Daniel Marshall, and TSRC Esports with Andrew Pike in fourth position. Cube Controls Reparto Corsa will go from fifth with Adam Greaveson, and then Christopher Starsmore for Simcast Racing Team UK in sixth position. The United Sim Team are seventh with Patrick Den, and then you've got M and M Scotland with Maurizio Sciglio in eighth position. Box 3 with Dave Tudor is ninth. Jay Ayo is there for HRT Nexus Racing in 10th, and then the final time was set by 150 Motorsports piloted by Sam Hayes. Small category though, JR, when it comes to LMP3.
Yeah, it's only 3 entrants today. We've got Jacob Jenner is going to take the pole in the P3 lineup next to Rachel Concoli and Philip Sayers there in P3. And frankly, Jake, if I was out on this grid, the lack of LMP3 cars would probably make me feel a little bit better about the traffic situation.
It would do for me as well, and it will be good for those picking up prizes, because there's a 66% chance if you're running in LMP3 to be getting tickets over to Silverstone. Adam State in control for WSI Esports, possibly the favourite for the category then, with control with Ulf Racing Red in second with Luke Maxwell. It's then 5-9 Hemming Design Racing with Luke Andrews, and DCW Racing Blue with Patrick Falconer in fourth place. Project 91 Academy team with Nathan Kenneth Edwards is fifth, and Jose Manuel Monteagudo is sixth for Project 91 Academy. Mike Barber for Quartermass Motorsports Bravo, and Will Eatwell for Cartwell Racing is there in eighth place. Nick Stubb for Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing is ninth, and Ben Bennyworth, the second of the Quartermass Motorsport cars, there in 10th. Then DCW Orange with Mike Collicott, and Carl Roy for Iron Apex Esports there in 12th place. 5 more to go through. Phoenix Esports Racing with Johnny Ogden is 13th. Matthew Jones for Glass Tech Racing will be 14th, with Sky Schundelmeyer in 15th for Feartech Motorsports. You then got Satellite Racing Galaxy and David Michael Nichols, and Barrel Racing with Jack Barrel making up the final position on this field. We'll see how far they go. Just a short pace lap to get things up to speed. So we're going to be in for a quick one here in terms of getting up to temperature. And they know that it's going to be a lightning fast start here around Silverstone, taking the Arena Grand Prix layout. The wind certainly picking up from warm-up into racing conditions, and already the launch is alert. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Triple S Racing getting a great start, but critically Ben Cooper for David Brown Racing.UK moving up to second, getting the launch that's needed then, as the likes of your LMP3 field gets itself underway. A slow start for United Sim Team, and then of course it's now GT3 to have already leapt into the distance trouble on the top.
Yeah, we have a couple cars around. I think I saw the 177 of Patrick Dane turning there right off the start, and it takes some time to get heat in these tires, Jake, and a lap or two at least. And if you're not mindful of that, these things can snap on you. We saw a couple cars turn there, and how about those Mustangs taking the front row here of that American iron rumbling through the old airfield here at Silverstone? You know, if you were standing there, that would be a glorious sound. I've seen those cars in person, and they are fantastic.
So Triple S Racing Pink and David Brown Racing.UK both spinning around at turn 4 on the opening lap, coming together with each other, and a couple of the Abruzzi cars there going together. Project 91 Academy, that is Jose Manuel Monteagudo, then who represents Puerto Rico in the sim, looking around. Of course, the Academy team and the Academy car together as Nathan Kenneth Edwards on the outside of Copse Corner, looking to try and hold that line from tailwind to crosswind. Luke Maxwell there just in front with Luke Andrews, and Adam State. WSR Esports have jumped out to a 3-second margin as they've gone through. DCW then looking around at it, getting by Project 91 Academy and making the pass, and back in line, Cartwell Racing with Will Eatwell then in position. Then the Quartermass cars are together. Barber following Bennyworth following Barber, I should say, onto the Hangar Straight.
look at that grid. What a fantastic bunch of liveries out there. And man, oh man, this is going to be an exciting one as these cars make their way around here for the first time. And I noted on that weather widget, Jake, that humidity 97%, and that does not add grip to an ice cold track here at Silverstone.
It does not, and it's very clear here at Silverstone that we have hit autumn at this stage. It is a very cold day, and so they're going to have to be fighting with a lot of promise out there to go and gain those positions. So keep an eye out on every single battle that will have to be constructed over the course of 4 hours, and quite critically with these 4 hours, keep an eye on the pit stops that are needed, because this will feel a bit like a sprint out there, and we'll keep an eye forward. There is Jacob Jenner for Chicken Kebab, powered by Coupe, in what is first position in class. Just in front, or behind, sorry, is Rachel Conkley for Prismatic Motorsports Community. So the 59, she's got to try and work a way through and find that position, but critically, they've already built the gap to DSDF Racing. So Philip Sayers, long day in the office, it looks like.
Speaking of gaps, look at Adam State driving off in that Mustang up front. He's already gapped Luke Anderswell behind by 3 seconds now. So that Mustang making things happen here early and able to get some heat in those tires quickly and get a move on there. Is a replay, I think, or is that live? That's the replay of that United Sim team spit turning under power there. And as I said, does take some time to get some heat in these tires. That's one of the tough things about getting these prototype races started.
Tiny tap from David Brown, Racing.UK, sends the Triple S Racing pink car around, having to do a flick spin to get back up to speed once again. Really tough. M&M Scotland finding themselves in the middle of the road. And then would this be a secondary hit? Yeah, turned across the front. And remember, we got live stewarding that is going to be brought into play here today. So we will keep an eye out on who has been charged with what over the course of racing, and we will infer that over to you as and when we get updates. Paul Crawford is in the steward's box for this one today, who will be keeping an eye out on where everything has gone wrong for many of the teams that find themselves caught up in calamity.
Yeah, and with 4 hours to go, plenty of time to bounce back from those little taps, assuming you're the victim and not the perpetrator. As Jake said, stewards could be taking action on a couple of those little taps and turns on the opening lap, but things settling in here now, and the field gapping out a bit. I see somebody following one of those Project 91 911s has dropped off. We may have had an incident. We'll see if we can find that for you.
Yeah, we certainly will. So it looks like there are dramas out there, at least in the early goings. There is Adam Greaveson, who is there. So only going to be protested. So not live stewarded, but only protested incidents will come through. Teams will need to protest incidents, and they will be protested after the race. So that is going to be where the key comes in. So post-race scrutiny will be in play, but not live stewarding for this one today. But at least for the moment, second and third in your leading category right now of LMP2, your Dallara P217s. It's TSRC Esports versus Cube Control's Reparto Corsa, and they are going to be chopping about then for the lead of LMP3 with those Ligiers out there. Conkley looking close to Jacob Jenner, but Jenner having none of it.
Kind of a small field, but there's going to be plenty of action for these P3 drivers. They'll have to work their way through the GT3 field while watching the rearview mirror for those P2 cars coming. So they are going to be in the hot seat, and Jenner and Conkley hanging together here. And another fantastic sound, those Nissan V8s propelling those P3 cars. I bet that sounds pretty sweet right about now.
Yeah, battles up on the top and the bottom of your screen, because DCW Racing Blue and Patrick Falconer is under a lot of pressure from Cartwell Racing and the Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo team there of Mike Barber, very much liking that phonetic alphabet to distinguish the A car from the B car. So that for the moment, Bravo will be happy out there. I'm sure that Team Charlie might make its way through in successive variants of racing out there, but it's very nice to see Quartermaster Motorsport out there and challenging, and Falconer holding his own at the moment in the AMG Mercedes, and some lights flashing about from some of the Porsches there. Nathan Kenneth Edwards currently in the midst of this now, because Quartermaster are looking for a way through all the way to the inside from Ben Bennyworth, and has to get out of it there. Did not want to risk the too wide this early. It now brings Mark Collicott, Sky Schundelmeyer, Kyle Roy and Matthew Jones onto the group, with Johnny Ogden for Phoenix Esports Racing on the rear.
And all of these cars here, Jake, have an opportunity for a little bit of fuel save now. This is not a sprint race, so it's certainly within the realm of acceptable strategies to tuck in, go nose to tail, tick off some laps, and get some fuel saved. Over 4 hours, that can certainly add up to time savings in the pits, and we'll do our best to keep an eye on that. But maybe best not to be fighting tooth and nail at this stage in the race.
No, maybe not, because we are still, of course, inside the first 10 minutes, and it can make life a little bit difficult if you're fighting on the back foot very early on in action. All the way to the right-hand side of the circuit, left-hand side of screen. Some drivers electing for lights, others not. Big change round the outside. Tries Ben Bennyworth at Quartermaster Motorsport. Nathan Kenneth Edwards trying to hold himself there, and can Edwards hold his place? And for the moment, it's yes, big defensive line, clobbers the curb on the inside, the anti-cut, and just about gets the drive going forward. So yes, you can sit down, yes, you can save JR, but I think the issue they're going to run into is, if they're going to battle like that at the front, well, yes, you can save fuel, you can gain a lap or two, you're going to lose time to the group in front.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little surprised to see this kind of heavy scrapping up front, as we see that AMG stick its nose down the inside of that 992, getting it past down there. Oh, and fighting back. Oh my goodness. Can you believe that this is 10 minutes into a 4-hour race? These guys are serious about racing, serious about getting it done early.
Ben Bennyworth shown the door at the cost of 3 places. Iron Apex Esports jump through. Fear Tech move on up with Sky Schundelmeyer. And that then for Ben Bennyworth is a case of a cold glass of water on a morning wake up then, as you get yourself ready for racing. There's the side-by-side just behind us. Matthew Jones for Glass Tech just staves off Johnny Ogden at Phoenix Esports Racing. So just enough of a hold being put together, but that group now starting to find contact, then being lost to Project 91 Academy and Ulf Racing Red, which is where the podium sits at the moment. On the bottom of your screen, that's TSRC Esports, unable to fully get clearance is Kieran Sharp at the moment. Adam Grevson is there for Cube Controls Reparto Corsa, and looking for a way up to second.
And you know that Kel is looking what he's seeing in his relative. He's got that gap out in P1 to about 2 seconds as he's watching Sharp and Grevson go at it behind. And a pretty easy drive for Kel so far. Got those tires lit up and drove off early, now just maintaining that gap up front. So turning into a track day for him, but easy for me to say now. Traffic has not begun to rear its head yet, although we should be seeing it here before too much longer as these P2s catch up with the back of the GT3 field.
Well, now you do say that in terms of traffic, but I'm looking at the times in qualifying here, and a 150.5 compared to a 158.6, the top of both categories, that's only 8 seconds a lap slower, which in terms of spec, that's not much.
Yeah, it's these, and that is one of the interesting things about the car selection here. And this group of cars does mirror the ELMS race for which tickets are on the line, as Jake said. So the performance gap between these cars a lot different than if we had P1, P2, and GT3. So the passes are not going to come easy here. We're going to need to see some patience, and it can sometimes be hard to be patient as a prototype driver trying to make your way through the GT3 field with pressure from behind. As we take a look at a couple of these Ligier P3 cars, Jenner still leading Conkley by about 0.5. So Conkley doing a good job hanging in there as they drive away from Philip Sayers, who they dropped to the tune of about 15 seconds.
So it's a case of between these two teams at the moment. Rachel, she'll be looking around today in the number 59 and knowing that she's got, of course, Ivory Balfour she can go to, and also Napshagar Choknyai can also jump in the car of the 59. So 3-driver team over the course of the 4 hours that we have here today. So fair share will have to be had. And you look over to your leader in GT3, LMGT3. This is Adam State in control. Now, built that 3-second margin early by getting the jump on everyone else on the start when the green flag went. No one really was wise to wake up to WSI Esports making the launch. The key, though, is that 5-9 Hemming Design Racing and Luke Andrews very much keeping even keel at the moment to Adam State. So all of the work, all of the pressure that's being put on, it's a case of Mustangs 1 and 2 out there at the moment. Porsche's in 3rd, but then another Mustang in 4th place.
And keep an eye on that Cube Controls car. I saw a hot lap out of Adam Grevison not long ago, and they're doing a good job pushing that car forward. I'm sorry, not Grevison. That was Jose Monteagudo pushing that number 91 car up 3 positions off the start. So he is making hay and making it very quickly here early, and he's wanting to get a little closer to Sayers up ahead, or I'm sorry, Andrews up ahead.
Iron Apex Esports trying to run into the corner, stepping out there on the Audi, and it's very easy to do. It's the one small fault that you find with running the Audi, because it's got that short wheelbase there, JR. It is so easy for the rear just to loop around and say this is what the front's looking like out there on track. So that's why we see the spin, and still Chicken Kebab powered by Coupe right now. I think they're saying, well, it's been very good for a lunchtime run at the moment, and it will fuel them all the way through the afternoon.
Yeah, and that gap closing down there as Conkley applying pressure. And again, there's a question of, do we want to make a move here, or do we just want to tuck in behind the competitor in front, save some fuel? But she's definitely drawing closer here. It'll be interesting to see if she wants to make a move on behalf of Prismatic or not.
Well, it's about positioning, and you can say, okay, we'll stay together in the early phases, but maybe we'll go for it later. A little feign into the mirrors, trying to make that move, and ultimately Chicken Kebab hold their position and do so nicely. So Jacob Jenner being put under that pressure, but when you're basically racing 1v1 like this, knowing that they've built that gap over to Philip Sayers, the one thing that you don't want to be doing here in this race is just taking both of you out of contention. A little look then from the rear, as you can see then, just a little bit further back in terms of what we've got in that battle in first in terms of time, but that gives you an indication of the speeds they are carrying through the likes of Copse Corner, which will be the fastest entry they'll have because they've got a tailwind into Copse.
Yeah, very fast stuff out here with these prototypes, with the massive aero packages, of course. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we unfold here. Oh my goodness. And that is Rachel just sniffing around back there, continuing to show her nose. And she could be playing psychological games with Jenner ahead, or could be planning a move here. And we'll certainly keep an eye on this battle. One of the closer battles on track here this morning so far.
It's a close battle, and we'll see whether that battle will come over to fruition and find its move. But for the moment, it's stasis here with the Ligier JSP 320s at this point. Back down then into GT3 spec, or LMGT3, because Project 91 Academy, this is for the podium, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Jose Manuel Monteagudo, Luke Maxwell and Will Eatwell are all there together. So Ulf Racing Red, who have dropped a couple places off of the start, are looking to try and work their way back up. It's going to be side by side as Eatwell searches through the veil and looks for it at Club Corner to end the lap out, and that's a comfortable pass from the Cartwell Racing team. The lovely livery there of silver, of black and of green gets its way through and up now into 4th position in category. And look out, because here comes Patrick Faulkner looking at the Abbey for a move. That's such a committed corner to make a pass.
Yeah, it really is. Silverstone, notorious for some of those areas that take a high level of commitment and high level of risk reward. And, you know, that Project 91 Academy car looking a little bit like the cork in the bottle right now. You know, Eatwell is got his eye on that 992 GT3. And, oh, my goodness, and here's a little side-by-side action up front.
Yeah, that's Nathan Kenneth Edwards. It's the other Project 91 car. It's the Academy team, and Sky Schundelmeyer will make her way through there in the FearTech Motorsports car, going around the outside of turn 3 at Village into the outer loop and getting the pass made before the Wellington Straight. So Sky, she'll move up then into 24th position overall, and in category that will be enough to jump into the top 10. So critical moves being made in the early stages as drivers will posture for position and look for as much track position as possible. And this is where we get the battle of Porsche versus Mercedes, a battle of German manufacturers then. And that AMG Mercedes, a little bit older in terms of spec compared to the Porsche. Porsche with that classic Porsche design that you see so often, but this is where you get the cadence, the grunt of the AMG that looks to make that move. Eatwell to the outside and clearly hungry for another move.
Yeah, that 91 moving over there in the braking zone, a little bit of a squeeze. I'm not going to call it a block, but certainly assertive defense as we watch that AMG try to push its way through. And look out, Jake, if you're in that back of the GT3 class, here comes Calamity Motorsports, and we're about to get our first round of traffic here, which is kind of what I have been waiting for. How are these prototypes going to push their way through the GT3 field?
Well, as that's happening, that LMP2 field has closed right up. Top 3 within a second. Eatwell to the inside, having a little search for the move on Monteagudo for place, and ultimately having to sit back into line along this long Wellington Straight, which used to be the National Straight, heading over to that next section. Big defense over to the inside from Monteagudo, and it's not going to work for Eatwell just yet, so you're going to have to be a little bit more clever than that in terms of finding that move. You need the run and you need the opportunity to make it happen. I'd love to go back and see what's going on with the P217s with Daniel Kell and the 89 out there at the front, because suddenly it is Kieran Sharp on the back and Adam Greaveson. Yeah,
well, as we take a look at the cork in the bottle again, this 911, and the front runners in GT3 definitely benefiting from the cork in the bottle that we're seeing here. But here are the prototypes making their way. That is the old pit straight here, I believe, or the new pit straight, as the prototypes begin to make their way through the back of the GT3 field. So this is the kind of first encounter in heavy nose-to-tail traffic. The field will thin out a little bit throughout the race, but this first round through is really going to show us how these drivers are going to be patient and work their way through the field.
They really have to fight through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel to try and find a run. Daniel Kell then fending that inside line. Kieran Sharp not letting go out there at the front, but they've still got another one to get by. That's the FearTech Motorsports car, very much with the case of A Nightmare Before Christmas front Inspire there as they go through. Very much a Jack Skellington smile there for FearTech, but Kieran Sharp has to fall into line. Now, this is the 150 Motorsports 150 of Sam Hayes, searching for the inside at Brooklands, gets a massive snap of oversteer, and ultimately, we call that a tank slapper.
Wow, that was crazy. I don't know if he got just a little bit of curb or a couple blades of grass underneath those outside tires. That thing did snap in a hurry. And so far, Kell looking pretty good up front. Sharp had some opportunities there as that leading car slowed for traffic, but Cal making hay and pushing his way through, and that's kind of the decision that you have to make. Do you want to take risks making these passes through the GT3 traffic while you're getting pressure from behind? And that's one of the things that makes multi-class racing super interesting.
Oh, I love that. Tech Motorsports not happy that Adam Greaveson flashed the lights, gets lapped, and flashes the lights straight back, saying, yeah, I see you there flashing your lights at me, but what do you want to do? You got to get by me. And that's the reality of the racing. And what we did see there quite a bit, especially through the arena section there, JR, mechanical grip-wise, GT3 and LMP2, very similar. And so they're going to carry the same amount of speed into the heavy brake, or in the middle of some of these corners, to try and work themselves around. You need the high-speed aerodynamic grip is where that LMP2 and LMP3 are going to make their advances on GT3.
Yeah, and that's something we see pretty often, and we'll see it even more in the lower speed corners, where these GT3 cars will be able to carry significantly more speed in some instances than the prototypes. The wheels kind of fall off of these prototypes when they don't have the aero going to work, and they can have a hard time in the slow corners. And I'll tell you, as a GT3 driver, one of the nightmare scenarios is having one of these prototypes park it in front of you in one of these slow corners at the wrong time. So, you know, we tend to focus on the prototypes, but these GT3 drivers are racing as well.
It's busy at the back of GT3. Ben Bennyworth noting here as you got the likes of Glass Tech moving up. So that's Matthew Jones. They're getting the pass as Nathan Kenneth Edwards, then Project 91 Academy, Johnny Ogden, and Ben Bennyworth all there out there. And we talk about drivers because one of the things in iRacing is if you have the same name as someone else, you often get the number 2 next to your name. You're the second account with that. Matthew Jones, there's a lot of Matthew Joneses. That's the 45th Matthew Jones.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I mean, I guess it could be John Smith, but yeah, Matthew Jones, 45. And here's a nice little move up the inside. I think we're looking at, not sure who, I missed the number on that white car, but very smooth and very cautious, but still getting the move done through that GT3 traffic. So the GT3 drivers cooperating as they see that prototype coming. Hopefully they've got teammates spotting and helping them get these passes done safely. But really, so far, as the front prototypes have moved through the GT3 class, really no incidents or really nothing even dangerous that I've seen so far. So these drivers doing a great job, clearly have some experience here in multi-class racing. And that 91 under pressure again, if that's looking at the right car, that 911's got off to good starts, but these V8s pressuring him from behind all over the track.
Oh, now where do you want to go here for the 89 of Calamity Motorsport X150? It was the 30 going through the traffic that we saw earlier of Simcast Racing Team UK, who are 6th overall at the moment. But Daniel Kell and Kieran Sharp just trying to hold themselves steady here, running through the opening corner of Abbey, past Luke Maxwell, the Ulf Racing red car out there, that Mustang, and then by the Porsche of Monteagudo, getting it done on the brakes there through the middle of turn 3. Just a 90-degree right-hander turn 3 of Village. It plays a lot wider and a lot more hairpin-like than just a 90-degree flick.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And tip of the hat to Kell and Sharp, and Sharp particularly, that gap as they have made their way through almost the entire GT3 field, still hanging about where it was 6/10. So Sharp doing a really good job staying with Kell. Again, it's very difficult to... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, 28, Jacob Jenner, Chicken Kebab, powered by Coupe in LMP3. That Ligier is crabbing to the pits right now, down in the field, and that is a huge moment as far as the context of this race will go. They have one fast repair available to them, and they'll have to use it inside the first half an hour.
Wow. And, you know, you never want to use that fast repair at all. And to have it burned already, that hurts. And meanwhile, Conkley has completely had the race fall in her lap. She's got a 25-second gap behind to the other P3 entrant, Sayers. So we'll see if we can find what happened there. But obviously, some hard contact with the barrier caused that car to have its suspension point in the wrong direction. Here comes a replay, and does that car have help? Oh my goodness. It does look like Conkley gave it a little love tap there. Maybe we'll look at that again for you. But as Jake said, no live stewarding, protests only. And my good, that chicken kebab is sliding off the stick right now.
I'd love an aerial perspective of that if we can possibly get it, because we couldn't quite deter too much from it. So there's the look as they go through. Here's aerial perspective. So Conkley on the brakes, searches for the inside. It's locked up already going through by Chicken Kebab. So the rears lock up, the fronts then lock up, and then Conkley, who's committed to the corner, she's got nowhere to go to try and avoid that. So ultimately it's contact that completely caves the rear suspension in, but where is Rachel Conkley supposed to go? That's a mistake on the 28.
Yeah, it absolutely is, seeing it from that angle, and hopefully Conkley's car has not suffered from that. We'll keep an eye on her lap times, but yeah, she is completely innocent in that encounter, and so far it looks like her last lap time has just come in, and only about half a second off of her previous fast. So Conkley's car survived that encounter, and a little surprising to see such heavy damage from that tap, Jake.
Yep, so on the brakes, most committed corner, and yeah, that's two hefty hits. And the prismatic car, the fact that it's still able to hold itself steady, I think is a minor miracle. And this was Phoenix Esports Racing all the while as that was going by. Around the outside, takes the tap from the Quartermass car, and then Phoenix Esports and Johnny Ogden find themselves trying to flick spin it through the gravel, able to keep the engine running, and ultimately it's the Ferrari that will continue on. Haven't seen too many Ferraris out there over the course of racing today, but Johnny Ogden finding that the Stallion deciding he's going to run around in circles in the field.
Yeah, two of those Ferrari 296 GT3s out here in this field today, and gotta say, some of these mid-engine cars out here struggling. We saw that Audi facing the wrong direction, and then that Feifei, and whoop! Look at these prototypes make a sandwich out of that Mustang, and that was a little dicey, but Grevinson may decide that is worth it.
It was, and that was Ben Cooper, David Brown Racing.UK, moving up to third position, and a must-make move for the car that spun on the opening lap. They've been slowly plugging away, trying to build that gap down once more. And remember that Triple S haven't given up anything with Marko Talevski. They're only 9.5 off of the race lead, so they're trying to recover back in. Adam Greveson now off the podium and back down into fourth.
Yeah, and the field spreading out a little bit here. There's a couple of tight battles. We're looking at one of them right there with that 233 car of Greveson having just been dispatched by Cooper. Only about a half-second gap there, but a couple battles here and there, but these drivers settling in, finding their pace, and see another Mustang under attack here as and a little wiggle there by that third place P2 car as they're trying to make their way through the last of, or actually the front of the GT3 field.
Yeah, that's Adam State driving for WSR Esports. They're no strangers to the front of most of the fields that they run into. They're sort of what we call a tier 2, tier 3 sim racing team out there in the world of motorsport, as this is Firtek Motorsport, and Sky Schundelmeyer getting the tap around there. Goes the number 8, and never ideal. You can see there the front trying to rip itself off, and that is not what Firtek were hoping for down there at the Vale. So they take the hit, and ultimately they will have to drop the time, and Sky Schundelmeyer will not be most pleased by the fact that that spin came into play. That was Yanni van der Beek for HRT Nexus overcooking it into the corner. Yeah,
and I might need another peek at that one. It's you know, when you get hit on the inside like that by your prototype, some of that has got to be, Jake, on your teammates. So spotting so important in these mixed class races, and you've got to know, or your teammates have got to let you know that there's a prototype coming in hot on your inside, give you the opportunity to leave them space. Because look at that 992 not looking good at all here and suffering the consequences of the damage. You see him looping it again as he tries to get that thing back in the pits for repair. So that Skellington car, oh my goodness, looking scary for sure.
Yeah, she's not going to be too happy about that, is Sky, and that much we do know. But 8th and 9th on, and it was the car that was involved in it, HRT Nexus Racing, now having to deal with Patrick Den, then of United Sim Team, the 177, and behind that, number 3, box 3, they're there. So it's 8th, 9th, and 10th together, and these teams already 40 seconds off of the race lead. So if you want to correlate that by where they're going to be over the course of this race, I'd say about an eighth of the way in, they're 40 seconds down. You know, correlate that, times it by 8, they're going to be 320 seconds off the pace by the time they get to the end of this race. That counts to me about 2 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. 2, maybe 3. So a pretty wide variation in pace here. And there's a little move down the inside by that Mustang finally getting by. Is that him finally pushing through that 91? Oh my goodness. And things going bad there, trying to get a pass done with the prototype coming through on the inside, 3 wide, not working out at all for those drivers. And that is an unfortunate turn of events there.
Ulf Maxwell, the driver who gets caught up. Monteahudo ends up with nowhere to go, just having a mirror full of the door of the Mustang in front. It promotes Falconer up then into 3rd position for 4th position for DCW, and Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing up into the top 5. There's the sweep from box 3, round the outside of Abbey. Yanni van der Beek had nothing for it. What a wonderful pass that is there by Dave Tudor, making that pass easy as you like around the outside. You need the commitment that the car's going to hold.
Yeah, and that is a Silverstone merit badge right there to make that pass go. These drivers have a lot of experience out there, and Silverstone can be a tough place to pass. You got to have a few special moves like that in your back pocket, and as I said, that move around the outside of Abbey is going to get the merit badge from me. Beautiful work there.
It's wonderful work, and so with all the work being found to make that pass, it does make life a bit easier for this group. So United Sim Team now maintain 8th place, 9th for box 3, and now HRT Nexus fall back into 10th place in category. So this is the 63 of Quatermass. So they find themselves, that looks like down the inside, and then there's just a small nose there of Iron Apex, who finds the tag and goes on through, and it's very tough to work out how much clearance you've got, especially compared to different cars, because a lot of GT3 drivers will run different GT3 cars over the course of racing and say, what can you do to give yourself an angle? And life can be very difficult. I've just seen a massive scare between box 3 and HRT Nexus. HRT Nexus have found a way through, and they had a tangle with Project 91 Academy down into Stowe, which is the quickest corner on the track.
Yeah, and I've got a public service announcement. I am a 911 GT3 driver, and you drivers in the mid-engine and front-engine cars, those 911s are slow in and fast out. We're not brake checking you, I promise, but when you're close behind one of those, you got to give it a little extra space under braking. If you don't, you saw the result right there, a little love tap, turning that 911, and ouch, I've been there so many times, and people ask me how come I'm going so slow. Man, it's just how the car drives.
There's not much you can do about it in that scenario. Every car has a personality, and that personality comes out in the way that you need to drive certain machinery. 3rd is still on between David Brown Racing.UK and Q Control's Reparto Corsa. They're trying to stay in range of TSRC and Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport, who are your top 2 in your Dallara P217 category, your LMP2s. But LMP2s and LMP3s, they are not a million miles away from pit stop central.
Yeah, we've got to be getting close, about 35 minutes in, and we talked a little bit about fuel conservation. That this first round of pit stops will give us some insight into that. But I will say, Jake, there's not a lot of cars running close together, so this may not be a draft and sip scenario, as the field quite spread out. Looks like on our 11 entries, I've got about a 53-second gap covering those 11 cars. So the field quite spread out as we sit right now.
Yeah, so while it won't be as much of a fuel saver here today, it might just be just go at it full bore and see what you can get from it. So that sort of scenario, I think, is more likely to see. And there's a little bit of love there. Thumbs up on the side of the car there for Ben Cooper and David Brown Racing.UK. Gotta love it, and you gotta love a good onesie.
Absolutely. Had the grandkids over and saw the onesie episode on Bluey last night. And I don't know if it's popular over there, but our grandkids are addicted. But anyway, I digress as we watch Adam State work his way past that Mustang, and completely lost my train of thought right there. No, that's Adam State in the Mustang. Sorry.
Yeah, so Adam State then finding himself there. Bluey's pretty much popular everywhere. And in fact, actually, that does give me my random fact of the day to people. And it's very much the same as the Peppa Pig phenomenon that goes on, which the children who grow up watching Bluey, the same way that they do watching Peppa Pig, pick up the accent. So you'll have, say, American children speaking with an Australian or even an English accent, depending on what shows they watch, just because that's the accent they hear over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. That is pretty funny stuff. Oh my gosh. And the onesie episode was part of the mix last night. And you Bluey fans will know what I am referring to.
Yeah, so on for race lead overall. Kieran Sharp has been at the pointy end of the field, looking at Daniel Kell in the Calamity Motorsports car. Now, they do have the ability to go to different drivers. Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport will go to the aptly named Jack London when it comes to the next pit stops out there. So Jack London will have to get into the car at some point. At the 455 TSRC Motorsports team, they got Andrew Pike waiting out there at the moment, so you couldn't have a pointier car out. Oh, speaking of cars out there, that looks like a spin, and that will be Barrel Racing. Jack Barrel going around in the number 2 out of Luffield, and I don't think that was a tap from Fiatech going through. I think that was just stamping on the throttle too much, and the car just deciding it's going to give up on grip.
Yeah, and again, a tip of the hat to Kieran Sharp in that 455 running in P2. And look at that interval. He's got only a 10th up to P1, and that is excellent driving by Sharp to hang with the leader as it made its way through traffic. That can be extremely difficult as you see that Fei spinning there and these mid-engine cars struggling out here today at Silverstone. But yeah, Sharp doing a fantastic job sticking with Kell through traffic, and that's one of the most difficult tasks that you can have driving a prototype in a mixed class field. Being able to work through traffic without getting peeled off. That's another strategy, really, is to use traffic as a moving pick to get rid of your competitor. And Sharp looking sharp.
Sharp's looking sharp and trying every which way to see if the race lead is available through Abbey into Farm and then up into the village, turn number 3, looking for that drive, the wide circuit that you've got here around Silverstone, using some of the old runways that were put together in World War II, very similar to a circuit like Sebring, for example. And actually, one of the blueprints of what makes this circuit so good is actually the lack of elevation change that you find. Everyone talks about how elevation change makes a circuit brilliant. A circuit like this, a lack of elevation change means a lot more wear on the tires. It's a much different challenge.
It is a much different challenge, and Silverstone, because it's so flat, has a way of hiding stuff that you would love to see. Some fantastic camera work right here as we come on, I believe, to the old pit straight. And, you know, that's what makes, like, this right-hander right here so challenging. It's hidden behind the Armco, and you have to commit before you see the apex, and that's one of the things that makes this track so challenging, and that really separates people that have a lot of seat time out here, have a lot of experience out here, that are able to attack those corners with confidence, at kind of being able to see through that Armco, see around those corners, and commit to the high-speed entries.
Yeah, this is all about finding commitment. It's one of those circuits that is run a lot more than some others, and is one of the most known quantities in all of racing. If you understand how Silverstone works, you are going to be a driver who understands how most circuits work out there around the world. Through then at Club Corner, they come along again and look to start their 23rd lap of the race. Out there, Richard Simnor in the number 15 machine, DCW Blue down in the pits. So that then an early call, and I would say that that's not an ideal scheduled stop, because the front was completely off the AMG Mercedes of Patrick Falconer. So something's gone wrong there. In comes Triple S Pink. That's a scheduled stop for them, but Patrick Falconer's had a moment on track, just trying to find out where that one's gone wrong for them, and it looks like it may have gone wrong a couple laps ago.
Yeah, we'll see what we can see there, and a couple prototypes coming in. You saw Talevsky coming in. Here comes Starsmore. Here comes Skiglio. So the pit sequence starting here for at least the midfield of the prototypes. We've got 5, 6, and 7 in right now. Well, I'm supposing that we're going to see him pop up for tires. Yep, there we go, up on the air jacks. They're taking fuel and tires, potential driver changes as well. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Now we've got 5 through 10 in. Now we've got 5 through 11. So everybody but the top 4 taking advantage of a the pit cycle starting right now.
Oh, and there's traffic for the leaders as well, and that's going to be difficult. We've got a driver change in play too. So now, as you've got the likes of Dave Tudor looking for the box and running on through, everybody's trying to sit down and say, this is our time now with pit stops. And we've got driver changes. Nick Casey comes in at box 3. Ryan Turner is in the car at 150 Motorsports. Marco Anastasi is in for M&M. And for the moment, drivers thinking about where they need to be. Leading duo have hit pit lane at exactly the same time. Ben Cooper will follow in for David Brown Racing.UK, and Adam Greveson will also jump in and make the stop. So your top 4 could go an extra lap. They could go 23 laps on their stint and run themselves to about 43 and a half minutes per stint.
Wow, and that is super fascinating to me, how the folks at the pointy end of the field got an extra lap. And does that mean that they're just they took a gamble and fuel saved a little bit on the last lap, or something else going on? But normally I would expect the leader particularly to not get that great of fuel economy, but they got an extra lap out of it and had the added benefit of avoiding heavy traffic in and out of the pits, which can be another challenge here at Silverstone.
Well, here's the caveat that I'd like to put down on the book, and that is drivers who happen to be quick also happen to be the greatest fuel savers. And it's the most infuriating thing for a driver who's trying to go through. And I'm just getting word that box 3 have just been handed down a drive-through penalty for causing a collision and not leaving room. So they will have to serve that over the course of the race with Nick Casey. There go your front 4, or 3 go through. Oh, and that's one of the quartermaster cars around.
Yeah, it's a little love tap there. Sent that 911 spinning into the infield. Fortunately, didn't hit anything there, but Barber's going to lose a couple of positions there, and he is going to be grumbling about that tap, and may have gotten some conflicting information about the officiating here. As Jake just told you, a penalty has been issued. So
another
one would think that we would be seeing more of those. I've seen more than one kind of questionable dives and taps that resulted in spins. So if there is live stewarding taking place, they are going to be busy, and we'll keep an eye on that for you as well.
Yeah, so car 29, that's HRT Nexus Racing, have got themselves a drive-through for causing a collision or not leaving room. That was DCW Orange just about avoiding that, moving on by. So that could have been even more disastrous then in terms of that for Quartermouse Motorsport Bravo. It was Mike Barber who was behind the wheel, who was fighting off the exit of the corner. They had tagged on the exit, and ultimately a case of everyone's fighting for that curb on the outside, and it is very easy, JR, to just move on out. There's your overall leader, Daniel Kell for Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport, and critically, we'll have Andrew Pike now looking to give chase. Ben Cooper looking at this, thinking, you know what, second would be quite nice.
Yeah, and something, I think that interval came down during that pit cycle, that gap between Cooper and P3, Pike and P2 down significantly. So he's got him down to about a half a tick there. Interesting stuff there, and Cal is going to stay in, and the number 2 car now is looking behind instead of ahead after spending that entire first stint all over Cal. So Cal may be getting a breather on this stint, which I'm sure he's going to welcome.
Well, I'd say confidence is the key, that if you've got a whole stint in the car, you understand completely what it's doing, you can go through. There is the confirmation of the penalty for car number 29, which is Jay Ao, who is now behind the wheel. So we'll still have to go through. And while there was a penalty for box 3 they needed to serve, they are out, and the rear is completely demolished on their Dallara P217. So that finds them in the pits, and with a hefty amount of damage that they have picked up.
Yeah, and that battle for P2 heating up here. And speaking of heating up, these cars just in the pits, their tires are probably getting almost up to temp. It does take a lap or 2 though. And one thing we didn't mention in that pit cycle, so you roll out of the pits, maybe a fresh driver, a full fuel load, and ice cold tires, really a critical stage in these races, because you don't want to be that guy or that gal who pulls out of the pits and wads up the car at the expense of your teammates. But my goodness, that gap looking tighter and tighter. He's got it almost under a 10th. Down hanger straight here will show his nose a little bit on the inside, sticks it down the inside, and there is a P2 for Cooper. Very, very tidy move.
Oh yeah. Not yet. There was a wiggle in the middle of the apex, and it brings Andrew Pike to the outside to try and search. Now it gets confirmed. So David Brown Racing.UK to second here with Ben Cooper doing a brilliant job, and they will have as well keeping an eye out on it. It looks like today it won't be in the car, but spotting around at this stage is going to be both David Brown and Daniel Marshall giving a little bit of a look out there at this stage. So Ben Cooper doing a great job up to second position, and now 3 seconds or 2.6 to chase down to Daniel Kell, who is there at the front of the field. Adam State once again put a lap down then in this scenario, and we are waiting on the LMP3 pit stops, just the 2 cars to go in. That will be Prismatic Motorsports Community and DSDF Racing, who will be in. Just the 2 retirements, the 65 with Satellite Racing Galaxy, and then Chicken Kebab powered by Coop also have been retirements as far as this goes. So it does mean that we've still got categories out there as we go through, heading towards 50 minutes run here of your 4 hours of Silverstone and the race for ELMS tickets, European Le Mans, because we got battles going on everywhere. Mark Collicott in DCW Racing orange colours, looking around at Luke Maxwell, trying to find a way through at Ulf Racing red.
Yeah, and I love the idea that you would do a 4-hour race in these cars in order to attend this race in person. I believe that's next weekend, Jake, the 13th?
Yeah, that would be next weekend, so it's a very short turnaround as they go by the national pits, as it is known, on the right-hand side there on the inside. The former pits of this place, and this was the former Turn 1 for a number of years, heading through into Copse Corner before they built that brand new pit entrance on the Sir Lewis Hamilton Straight, heading over to Abbey. So through possibly the most famous chicane in motorsports, Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And one of the keys of this chicane is it's actually a surprisingly recent chicane in history. It's only 35 years old in the current variant, built in 1990.
Oh, interesting stuff, and very, very difficult to master. If you've done laps at Silverstone, you know how tough that is. Oof! And there's the box 3 spinning. Is that, I don't know if that's live or a replay, Jake.
That's a replay, so that was the spin, but then something happens to the rear of the car that completely puts it in the wrong place. Now, this was Cube Control's Reparto Corsa, who have fallen back to 5th place, straight out of the pits, and the camera just cuts away at the wrong time, and a complete spin up on cold tyres at the first braking zone.
Yeah, and as I said, very, very tough, and it's hard to get in the car, roll out of the pit lane after taking over for another driver and keeping it chill there, and that driver not able to be gentle with the throttle as the car wanted. So we're taking a look now at that number 4-2 Mercedes, who's got that Mustang all over him like the plastic on Grandma's couch. He's got that gap down to about 0.3 now. That's DCW up front against Ulf Racing Red behind, and that Mustang getting a good run here. Not gonna try anything. The pass is doable here, but don't see it very often.
No, and it was a very lovely pass that we have seen, but Luke Maxwell, who's been battered about a bit from pillar to post over the course of this opening stint, of course, had himself a door full of Porsche to deal with earlier on in this, so is trying to just get back in the rhythm and say, right, that was a few laps ago, so now I can focus on Mark Collicott and trying to find that place. It's very much a game of focus right now, as the front currently is out to a 6.5 second margin at the front of this field, with Adam State and Luke Andrews in GT3 spec at the moment, but it's looking pretty close between them as they work themselves then off of Chapel Corner and over onto the Hangar Straight. A few lights flashing by the Vulcan Fasteners team at Christopher Starsmore, maybe not giving enough space as is necessary, but close isn't close enough between Maxwell and Collicott, so Maxwell will still have to follow there in that Mustang.
Yeah, and no reason to do anything crazy here. It's easy for me to say sitting in the commentary booth to take a breath and maybe turn it down a notch, but you always want to take that opportunity when it arises. And we'll go back to that battle for P9. That is the Project 91 Apex Academy team leading by about 0.3 there, as that Audi sniffing around behind them. That is the car that turned and lost a couple positions in a spin. So that car is on a bit of a recovery drive right now. And here comes a prototype getting involved, sweeping around the outside or trying to. And the 31 car closing him off there. I'm not sure if he didn't see that prototype, but that one could have ended in disaster.
It very much could have done, and just managing to get around was the key. So for the likes of the 9th and 10th place battle, they deal with the faster piece of traffic that's there, but Nathan Edwards defends the line. Kyle Roy trying to go around the outside over Abbey at turn 1 and doesn't quite manage it. Takes a much tighter line through turn 2, trying to open up the steering, has to go the long way around against the Porsche, who was very committed on the defense there. So Kyle Roy's finding out every time he wants to sniff at the inside, he can't turn in when he wants to again at the outer loop. He finds that through Aintree Corner onto the Wellington Straight, and will it be a case of can I close back in again and have another lunge? Suddenly that car length is there, half defended there by Nathan Edwards then on the run in, and I don't think the car behind was close enough to make that move. That's what we call defending a corner a bit too aggressively.
Yeah, that 911 seems to be fending off the inevitable right here, as that Audi R8. It looks like he has some pace here. The 31 car, though, being quite stubborn. See what happens here on the pit straight, and we have seen some tasty moves here, at least one of them in Abbey, but not going to be close enough this time.
DCW Racing Orange, who are just battling with Ulf Racing Red, they've been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, so they're going to have to come down the lane and serve that, and it will cost you quite a bit of time trundling down the lane that's a little bit depressed down compared to the main straight over at Abbey before getting back up to racing speed once again. So Mark Collicott will have to jump down into the pits and serve that. But again, Iron Apex not giving this one up, and they'll look to the outside to get this move done. Middle of the road, can't quite get there. Not enough turn from Nathan Kenneth Edwards. Again, costs the run of Kyle Roy, who's doing everything right, but ultimately it's the car in the wrong position at the wrong time. I would say all the tools are there, all the skills are there. It's just not able to be applied with the issues that are being put up in front.
Yeah, very tough there into Stowe when the inside is covered. There's awkward camber right there. It sure looked like the Audi had a run, but very tough to get the car to turn on that wide line. And here comes another prototype through to mess with the party. Oh my goodness, tight stuff right there. And you feel the frustration building behind the wheel of that R8, and they're going to take advantage of traffic. And this is one of my favorite tricks in multi-class racing: follow the prototype through. And it didn't quite work out that time, but you know that that Audi was thinking about that.
I think if Iron Apex don't have discipline in the way they've got to make this move, it's going to have to be a rather aggressive lunge that is going to make the change in this position if they want to try and see that pass go through. And speaking on time, there is a drive-through penalty in for Iron Apex Esports, which will be a 1 second stop and go penalty for causing a collision. So even more egregious than a drive-through, they've got to physically stop in the box.
Yeah, and that is going to break up the situation that we're watching here, this battle for P9. And if Edwards is hearing about that penalty, he's able to breathe a sigh of relief. And if I was him and that Audi kept pressing, I would just let him through, because I know he's got that stop ahead. So rough stuff for Roy in that Iron Apex Esports. I don't recall seeing that incident, Jake. Do you remember what was involved with that?
It would have been down at the Vale, and a tag with one of the GT3s out there, which would have picked that up. But here comes Marco Talevski for Triple S Racing Pink. This to get back onto the podium after starting the car on pole. And it's straight down the inside there, and getting that pass done. Talevski makes the move and jumps on through. Callum Morgan at some point will have to jump into the 376, but that is well constructed as far as passes go. And so Talevski jumps up by Andrew Pike, who now falls back from second, coming out of the pits, now down to fourth.
Yeah, and may have caught Pike unaware there. No defense there. Maybe not believing that Talevski could stick that through, but he certainly did. And Pike, as you said, kind of dropping down the order, now down into P4. And meanwhile, Ben Cooper is reeling off some fast laps, slowly nibbling into that lead of Daniel Kells. Got that down to about 1.8. So Cooper definitely getting something going here. And that black flag, I think we already touched on that. That is Roy in the R8.
Yeah, so that penalty is in. Ben Bennyworth has just come in from the number 63 team, then of Quartermass Motorsports, to make the first scheduled pit stops in GT3. So Will Eatwell will hit the lane now and make that stop from third position overall. Driver change, Aiden Carter gets in behind the wheel.
Yeah, we'll see what Carter is able to do in that Mercedes. And interesting that this car is coming in alone. Looks like these GT3 cars are getting about a 1 hour burn, which is certainly convenient, Jake, in a 4 hour race.
Well, it's the first goal that you have when you're running a car category like GT3. It's a case of hit the hour. If you can do that, you're in to not need one extra pit stop compared to your rivals. And so when you're putting the mathematics together, that's what you need. 31 now looking to dive to the pits. That's the Project 91 Academy team, along with Iron Apex, who, remember, have to come through. And I think that Project 91 car has just been caught speeding on the lane, trying to get it slowed down. They couldn't get it under 60 kilometers an hour. They've got a long wait in this stop.
Oh, man, and that really hurt speeding in pit lane. That's going to be a drive-through that's imposed by the iRacing AI, and that is a frustrating penalty. Been working so hard, and to throw away a huge chunk of time like that. I mean, the field is spread out a little bit, but that is going to cost him a number of spots. And yet again, the front of this GT3 field is going to get an extra lap out this time, Jake, although I do see the P1 and P2 cars coming in now. That's State and Andrews entering the pits, but I think they got an extra lap, just as we saw in the prototypes.
Yeah, so those two will jump in, and so too in the pits is the 59 car, and they will change out from Rachel Conkerly over to Napshaga Choknyai then and make that work. So as we take a little look back out on circuit with the battles that have come together, it's now Project 91 Academy and DCW Racing Blue who are now together out there on circuit. Running over towards Copse Corner, Richard Simnor, Jose Manuel Monteagudo there, and as well Nick Casey with the fast repair used at box 3, trying to work a way around this group. It's very tight through Maggots, and now in through Beckett's Corner, the long left-hander, through the next right, and now leading to Chapel off of the exit. Nick Casey gets through them, and crucially, there's no changes of position.
Yeah, very brave by Casey there, but he did not want to dilly-dally waiting for those cars to get through the S's. And I'll tell you what, this 91 car has had a V8 glued to its rear bumper for the entire first hour, and coming out of the pits, that has not changed at all. And you see that Ben's juking and jiving, and oftentimes, Jake, coming out of the pits with cold tires and heavy fuel can be an opportunity to be brave under braking, to make something happen when your competitor is still trying to be cautious. Oof, and there's another little peek inside of Abby there on the new pit straight, and I have not seen a GT3 pass happen there yet. It takes a lot of bravery. Now the Ben's gonna try the outside, and great stuff underway here. Oh my goodness, and that is gonna, oh, I thought for sure that was gonna be a tap that was gonna turn that 911, and my goodness, then the number 7 car, that's Maxwell. He is gonna take a breath here, and well advised to do so. That almost went very, very poorly.
Well, you look around at that from Richard Simnor, and Jose Manuel Monteagudo is going to be a very lucky chap to still have a car, because that was feigning pretty much every which way towards contact, and Simnor, who stood up on the brakes, would have had about 7 different people like the anthill mob on the brakes trying to get that slowed down, was just about able to.
Yeah, and the battle rages on. I said that he took a breath. It was a short breath, and see what he can get done in the S's here. He definitely seems to have pace over this 992 GT3R, and is going to be in position here. Oof, look at him reel him in, and if he can get a good run right here out of Chapel, is one of the most critical, Beckett's and Chapel, one of the most critical combos on this track to get a good run down the hanger straight here, and that 911 glued to the white line on the right, and have not seen an outside move here in a GT3 car. The Benz will going to take a little peek, and as I said, bad camber right here, so hard to make that outside move work, and playing defense is continuing to pay dividends here. Oh my goodness, and another feint to the inside, and that front fender of the Mercedes is drawing closer and closer there, and this is going to come to blows sooner rather than later, Jake.
And that fresh out of the pits is the Mercedes of Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. That's Joe Glass, who is there in front. And now around the outside of 2, inside of 3. Muscle your way through. Has he overcooked it through? Yes. So Monteagudo picks up the run. There's a car off. That's going to be box 3, Nick Casey, going around for a big spin in the background, or 2 spins in a row, trying to get back up to pace once again. But Simnor holds on, and critically, it's Monteagudo who loses out all the time after the tap in the middle of turn 4, which cost them by running wide.
Yeah, and Simner there with the tap and go. We saw that almost happen 2, 3, 4 times while those two were fighting. And finally, Simner had enough and stuck that nose inside, almost turned that 911. Good catch there to keep it on the track. But he's going to be feeling pretty salty about that. And Simner is now going side by side with another AMG. And Simner wasting no time moving up in the field here, driving aggressively here early in his stint with a heavy fuel load.
And without a fast repair, let's remind, so they are very much in the last chance saloon already after already an hour and 5 minutes of racing has been conducted. Let's run you through the orders of your categories. It's Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport, who are in control ahead of David Brown Racing, but it's only a small margin at the front of about a second. Triple S Racing Pink third. Fourth is TSRC Esports in your top 5. Rounded out by Cube Controls, Reparto Corsa. So that is your top 5 as they go. With 3 cars in LMP3, they are down to 2. So it's Prismatic Motorsports Community who have control by over a minute and a quarter over DSDF Racing, and Harley Byrne, who is behind the wheel of the number 55. So managing that quite well is the gap. And then in GT3 spec, as it stands, we take a look at Harley Byrne on screen. It is WSI Esports in control, now up to a 16-second gap over 5.9 Hemming Design, with Cartwell Racing and now Aiden Carter starting to hunt down that second position overall. DCW Racing Blue are in 4th, and Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech now in 5th place, with that 4th, 5th and 6th place battle that is starting to form up. But an hour where I think just as we started to switch over towards that hour, JR, it has started getting a little bit clumsy out there, and it's not surprising because you've got a lot of emphasis that you've got to try and go through, and because this is such a flat circuit, you know, you don't get as many reference markers as you would do, like, oh, okay, this is the uphill section, this is the downhill section. You don't get that mental refresh. It's all flat, so you have to pay a little bit more attention.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And Silverstone can be quite confusing, especially with the added time pressure of an enduro. And anybody who's done laps out here and done laps when they're tired has confused Cops and Abby because they're so similar from inside the car. And, you know, interestingly, Jake, oh my goodness, look at Ben Cooper up front. He has been slowly chewing away at that big lead that Daniel Kell had built in the first stint. He's got Kell down to 0.6. So things could get spicy at the front of the LMP2 field within the very near future. And you love to see that. Look at that 911 flashing the prototype. I know what he's saying. I've been there. You can't park that thing there, sir. Gets a pass done. Oh, my goodness. Would not want to be in that prototype right now. He's going to be getting a hard time from his teammates after getting smoked in the corner by that GT3.
Oh, it's going to get close. And just about having to bail out of it is Jose Manuel Monteahudo, and then missing the corner next on the brakes goes Nick Casey and struggles to get it slowed down. And the funny thing is that in the context of the race, that was for track position overall.
Wow, and Monteahudo just getting abused. How many times have we seen him get hit already, Jake? He's probably got about 16 different colors on that 911 and having a rough time of it. Definitely has pace, was at the pointy end of the field, but keeps getting tapped out.
So, JR, you say that is Jose in his amazing Technicolor race car at the moment.
Absolutely. And here's a replay of Monteahudo sticking it down the inside of that prototype. Man, oh man. And if you're a GT3 driver, you know that frustration when one of those prototypes gets by you before one of those slow corners and parks it in front of you. I've hit them from behind before. Can be very, very frustrating. They don't have a lot of grip unless their downforce is working. And you saw a great example of it right there.
Yep, you absolutely did, and it just goes to show how important it is to hold yourself steady as the overall race leader. Big slide coming off of the exit there from David Brown Racing and Ben Cooper, who's behind it. That was the 150 Motorsport LMP2 that they've just put a lap down, as we've just seen a DSDF jump into the pits. Harley Byrne making that stop then in LMP3 category at this point, but it's on at the front, and the key here for Ben Cooper is, in theory, you got about 2 hours and 50 minutes to go and make that one move that gets yourself in front. The bad news is, the longer that you wait, Triple S Racing are 0.3 of a second a lap quicker just behind.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to be thinking about that, but I'm going to say right now his eyes are ahead. He's got that gap under 0.2 now as they make their way through traffic, and we saw Kel handle traffic very, very well in his first stint with pressure from behind, but it was not pressure from Ben Cooper, who has lit the wick and definitely has something going here, as you see Cooper try to catch a draft off of that GT3 car. Interesting move there. Did not quite work out, but I like his thinking, and he drew that gap down again to under 0.2. As you see a little wiggle there coming off of the hanger straight, and things getting spicy up front.
Well, it's all about figuring out what's the better hole to punch through the air, and normally you'd say the quicker hole is the better hole punched in the air, and so you can follow that a bit more. But the higher profile there of that Porsche might have been an indication of why you'd want to follow that, because if it's punching a higher hole in the air, it creates a bigger gap in the air for you to go through, and you can carry just a little bit more speed. Ben Cooper closing up again through Village, now into the outer loop of turn 4. You're just waiting for the chance to put the power down. First gear, up then to second, then flicking into third, and now you're full bore. Fourth gear, searching for fifth gear on the Wellington Straight, underneath the entrance to the circuit, and now looking for the brakes at Brooklands. You've got the Driver Members Club over on the right-hand side of the United Kingdom there at Brooklands Corner, and then you're thinking about Lufkin. Look at that, that's a big diamonded entrance in, and that was right up, almost kissed the rear diffuser.
Boy, he sure did. That might have been a little smooch. He definitely blew him a kiss. If there was no contact there, it was close. And Cooper has definitely reeled down this gap, and now is weighing his options, and traffic ahead can create some opportunities if you're willing to be brave. But again, you also don't want to be that guy that wads up the car for your teammates. And another near bit of contact between Cooper and Kel, and Cooper feeling racy. He has had enough of this. He wants that P1, and he's going to be wanting to make it happen within the next lap or so.
Yeah, moves I think are going to be critical, and the traffic's not going to help. Jan Östberg is there for Glass Tech Racing, just about stays out of the way. So that gap opens up a bit more to 0.8 of a second as that margin continues on its way. There has been a change in GT3. Cartwell Racing are through on 9.5 Hemming Design Racing, so they've now dropped back, and I'm just looking at the times here as they've changed drivers. So Luke Andrews was able to do the low 159s. Toby Andrews, his fastest lap was a 2:09. So right now they're just trying to get the laps in, and 9.5 they've given a good platform, but at the moment they've got a weaker driver in behind with them at this stage. So this is really proving to be quite difficult as far as it stands for them.
Yeah, and Adam State up front in that WSR Esports machine, making it look easy. He's got a tremendous gap of about gaudy 20 seconds behind, which is a chunk of time. We'll take a look at that beautiful GT3 Mustang, brand new car, of course, made its debut here in the U.S. at Daytona last June and or last spring, and the car joined iRacing shortly thereafter. Has proven very popular, and if you haven't driven it, to take it for a spin. Week 13 is right around the corner, so time to drive this thing and listen to that beautiful Coyote V8. So unique, and somehow, Jake, the car is kind of reminiscent of the V8 sounds that came out of those Shelby Mustangs in the 60s. Very, very unique, and they sound awesome.
And they've also got that weather vane up on the top that's used to collect data, which I always seem to find, JR, it looks like someone's left an Allen key up there.
Yeah, it does. Or they bent a radio antenna. But yeah, you see those on aircraft to monitor airspeed. So I'm not really sure why they need that on a car, but that's why I'm a commentator and not an engineer.
In apex, cops corner, and just took too much curb on the inside. Ooh. The rear wants to see what the front's looking at and says, yeah, no, not quite liking that. Able to just skirt across that tiny piece of gravel and back onto circuit again. No harm, no foul. Speaking of that, foul called on the box 3 team, who have got themselves a stop and go of a second for causing a collision while lapping. So Nick Casey will have to come down into the pits again.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at Monteagudo and some good camera work there. I told you there was some colors on that car that were not black and green, and you saw it right there. And Monteagudo has not had it easy at all, and now he's got another V8 behind him. That is Maxwell in that black Mustang, and Monteagudo has been playing defense nonstop here, and what it has got him for his trouble is a bunch of dents in the back of that 911.
No, very much what he's had so far this afternoon has been a headache. No other way around it. He could do with a nice bit of ibuprofen and night nurse, I think, and his day will probably go a little bit better out there. Luke Maxwell on the brakes, not looking to force the issue, not looking to make that pass, was never really close enough, but you are sensing that the quick cars at the front have been the Ford Mustangs, which work at certain circuits and don't at others, as we naturally expect, but it seems to be when you've got a lot of high speed out there that the Mustang certainly wakes up and just gallops away.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and nice mid-corner stability in these high-speed sweepers that are all over this circuit. So very well suited. I have some questions about how they are on tires, but judging from the performance being put in by State, the tires are lasting just fine, as State still enjoying a gaudy gap of about 18 seconds up front. So Mustang's definitely looking really good. I think how many Mustangs do we have out here? There's 3 of them out here, and 5 apiece of the 911 GTR and the Mercedes GT3. So the Mustang, the 3rd most popular, but they certainly were popular on the front couple rows of the grid here after qualifying.
They were. It's a case of a luxury pick for some, and maybe one that is a little more highly strung than some other cars out there, hence maybe a few less drivers picking it, but still doing very well in terms of pace, trying to attack then through these corners. And Luke Maxwell looking for a great amount of drive here off of the exit, now through Chapel Corner, and will get the launch onto the hangar straight that he's been asking for a while. Moves over and critically holds the middle of the track, doesn't want to give over, now has to move over to take the wide apex around at Stowe, and there's your look around the outside of Stowe Corner. Oh, Lukey boy, what a pass that is. Jose Manuel going to fight straight back down the Vale, looking for the inside, and ultimately needs to chop up and under, has to go the long way around, couldn't get the clearance, and now loses out on the spot at Club.
Wow, then that is the moment I've been waiting for. Sweet move by that Mustang, and little automotive trivia for you. That Mustang recently got, maybe not recently, within the last 5 years, got independent rear suspension finally, after crawling under the back of a BMW and looking at that setup, and you saw it going to work there. An outstanding grip, and my goodness, that 911 still fighting back, and Monteagudo not wanting to lay down for this and taking another peek on the inside. And this is some of the better racing that we've seen today so far in the GT3 field, Jay.
Yeah, that's straight back for Monteagudo, and taking that position away, and very rightly pointed out by Taylor Mills, very good friend of mine, commentator with me on the Irish Grand Prix World Tour, saying that they are pilot tubes up there at the top, and very much all about staying tall to keep it out of the turbulent air coming off the nose of the car. And it's very important for measuring airspeed out there to know for the aerodynamics that are there, so working out what sort of wing trimming that you want to do out there. So here's the look straight back, big lunge down to the inside, gets to the rear, and critically there, that's what you'd call playing with the spotter that you've got in iRacing. That's one of those calls of car left that you get. You open up the steering and suddenly there's a car that's gone straight through.
Yeah, and a great demonstration of the relative strengths of those two cars. That 911, the 992 GT3R, very good on turn in, gets a really crisp turn in on the slow corner and manages to get it inside of that Mustang. Earlier you saw that mid-corner grip and stability of the Mustang when it got through. So really interesting, two very, very different platforms. You're seeing their strengths and weaknesses live in battle right now at Silverstone. Fantastic stuff.
Yep, so all the amazing changes continue on. Nick Casey back then into the pits after another pit stop for box 3. So they're certainly making that good use of the box at the moment as it stands, and now they've got a bit of same class traffic to get around. That's the 8 of Fiatech Motorsport with Sky Schundelmeyer then at the moment. This is what happened to box. Oh, comes together with second place, goes skittering off there at Village Corner, turn number 3, a massive off. And we've known that box 3 has been struggling with the brakes there, especially with Nick Casey. So I wonder whether that was a case of just not working out where the car needed to be placed. So got turned around and finding out that life is really difficult. That was just coming out of the pits with Ben Cooper, who had to avoid as the car came over, hit the brakes. So this is the thing. Oh, had to really avoid, then went to hit the natural braking line, and that came across, and Nick Casey ultimately having that run. So your race leader, second place, then having another little issue there, and suddenly that brings Triple S a little bit closer.
Yeah, that was a wild sequence right there, and I mean the avoid and then the hit. I might want to see that again after we're done. I wasn't really tracking what was going on there, and that Mustang has now gotten through the lap traffic. Monteagudo there getting a little assist from that lap 911. The Mustang now through as we take a look back at that contest, and let me see here. Looks like that gap is down to about 7/10 as the Mustang tries to make up for being delayed ever so slightly by that Skellington mobile.
There is your leader in LMP3. It's a lonely day for Napshagar Choksnai, who is there in first position. A lap clear at the front, just the 3 LMP3s that are out there for the Ligier JS P320. The JS standing, of course, for Joe Schlescher, driver in the early to mid 1960s as far as Formula One racing was concerned. Had a best finish of 10th place in the Matra over at the Nürburgring, but really a driver who pretty much did everything, did a couple NASCAR races over at Daytona, took part in the Daytona 500 and the Duel in 1964, effectively had a lot of runs over at the 24 Hours of Le Mans from 1957 to 1967, never finished the race over there, and ultimately a driver who was a really close friend of Mr. Ligier himself, of course Guy Ligier, as they all came together. The legacy very much there of Guy Ligier promoting Joe Schlescher as a driver who had a lot of talent out there, and the passing of course of him came at the 1968 French Grand Prix at Rouen-les-Essarts in France.
Yeah, and that's quite a tribute. All the Ligier models carrying that JS designation over many years. Ligier, very, very busy car manufacturer of both open wheel and closed cockpit or closed wheel cars, as you're seeing here. So they've been around since the 70s. Many Ligier cars have taken place in racing over the years. Road car briefly in the early 70s, but a great company and still keeping busy to this day producing these P3 cars, which are, by the way, about to be superseded by the next version of this P3 car. They're going to switch to a twin turbo V6, which is going to make the V8 aficionados miss the roar of that Nissan V8. But if you like turbos, there's a twin turbo power plant coming to the P3 car to a track near you in the very near future.
I like the sound of a twin turbo. Any which way that you dice it, it's going to make it a handful putting on the power. And there is Chokniai there once again. And just getting word, this is week 3 of Napsugar Chokniai's iRacing journey. And to be at the front by a lap, I'd say job well done.
Job well done, and guess what? He's on his way to Silverstone to watch these cars in ELMS competition next weekend. So that is a sweet prize, and I'm hoping that everybody up front is within striking distance of the UK so that they can enjoy attending that. And how is the weather where you are, Jake? Because there was a possibility of rain here today. You see the sun coming out, the track warming up, and it looks like these drivers in this event have potentially dodged a bullet related to precipitation that was a possibility coming in.
Well, let's just say I left my house this morning at about 9 o'clock and very much carrying some metal ready to be scrapped. I had a massive roll of thunder and lightning come over my head, and I was very, very scared and ran very quickly into the car with that bit of metal, had to be said.
The human lightning rod, and this time literally, not just figuratively. So that's a very vivid image that you're painting there. Oh my goodness. And 90 minutes in now, and this one ticking by pretty quickly. And you know, looking up front, it looks like something has happened with Ben Cooper. He had been reeling in Daniel Kell. That interval is now 5.5.
Yeah, had that incident earlier. Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry?
That was the car involved in the incident earlier with Casey over at box 3. So that was where Nick Casey got involved with. But critically, because that gap now is 6 seconds, it's now the battle on for second and for third at this stage, because Triple S Racing, remember, these two cars came together on lap 1 of the race. They've made a stop in the 455 TSRC Esports. They've got back into the car, Kieran Sharp, and I think they needed to pretty sharpish, as Ben Cooper now will have Marco Talevski there. The top 2, as far as qualifying were concerned, are together. Now, this is United Sim Team. This is coming out of Beckett's through the next right-hander, and is this just, yeah, too aggressive on the power on the exit and sliding through Chapel Corner?
Got to be patient. These cars, while they do have traction control, it is adjustable, and a lot of drivers turn it off because they don't like the interference. So some of these guys are driving, they're all driving without ABS, some of them driving with reduced or traction control off.
Here we go.
You saw a little bit of it right there, and here comes that battle for P2.
Look at the pinch, right up against each other, going into Stowe Corner. Marco Talevski threads the gap. He had nothing to work with, and look at that for some track position coming onto the lane.
Wow, that was incredible. And Cooper had been sniffing around, challenging for P1. And I think Cooper thought that he had the inside defended there, Jake, but he left a sliver of light for Talevski to stuff that P2 car in there. And Talevski gets it done. That was awesome.
And in is pretty much everyone now in LMP2. Calamity look to hit their marks on the lane. Just leaving the lane is Joyden Maymar for Simcast Racing Team UK. And now looking for that final box. We'll get on the jacks, and Talevski there. Steering goes all the way to the right-hand side, which I think's a little bit unique there down in the pits, because that will be a driver change that will be coming in for Marco Talevski. But ultimately jumps back in the car again. So clearly wanted a driver change out there at that point, but critically won't get one.
Yeah, I thought I saw the gloves change there for a second, but yeah, you're right. It's indicating Chalevsky getting back in, and looks like Kell is playing the Iron Man here. Looks like Kell is going to go back out as well. So Kell hitting the road now for his third consecutive stint.
Oh! Look at that. They're going to duel off the exit, and that is just held on the outside. David Brown, the commitment needed on pit exit.
Wow, that was nuts. And we'll see if we could show that to you again. But that was
not yet
commitment.
Over. Oh, trying to fight around the outside. Dave's going to run wide, and that's going to give it up. So there are the places, and the Calamity car leads, but Triple S now moved themselves up to second position, and that was a critical pass that needed to be done to get that back. Marko Chalevsky was not going to take that lying down.
No, he wasn't. And talk about striking while the iron is hot and the tires are cold. These cars are completely full of fuel, ice cold tires, and rolling the dice here, starting at the pit entry, and it's still going on, Jake. Oh, and a little bit of a drift there, and gathered it up. That 376 car looking a little sloppy there, but manages to hang on.
That's the 177 of United Sim Team that are there in front, and they're having to go around. HRT Nexus, by the way, are just jumping into the pits. They've got a black flag penalty that they have to serve, and I don't think that is for any penalty that's come through. I think that might be for hitting 45 instant points. Now, the way that the instant point scenario is worked here in this race is it's 45 instant points for a drive-through penalty, and then every 15 after that.
Yeah, and that may sound like a lot, but Jake, Silverstone is one of those tracks where you're always flirting with the track limits. You're always driving outside of the white line in so many places, and those 1Xs can very easily rack up quickly. So we are going to be seeing, I'll go out on a limb and say we are going to be seeing some drive-throughs based on incident points, even though 45 sounds like a ton, but you definitely are flirting with the boundaries and on every lap for 4 straight hours, and they add up quick.
They do, and they add up time and time again. Now, I am keeping my eyes on the likes of HRT Nexus, because they have just pulled J.I.O. Out of the car, and I think it's because they haven't got themselves an understanding of what the penalty is. And there's the look off the exit. David Brown just getting up to speed. Look, 2 tires in the grass, having to leave the room to get that sorted. Chalevsky then moves to the outside, trying to attack here over at Village, turn number 3. Figures that there's still room on the outside. There's a battle on the brakes, and then just not having the grip. It's a little bit too wide, and David Brown having to lift and let that place go.
Yeah, Brown riding the adrenaline right there, and gets a little bit too much grass in 2 different spots, but tip of the hat to trying to make something happen and seizing the opportunity as it presents itself. That was one of the closer moments he was going to have to the competitor up front, and tried to make hay while the sun was shining here at Silverstone.
Yeah, and we do now have a little bit of sun out then on circuit as Project 91 Academy continue on their battle at the moment, because it's all about them versus Luke Maxwell of Ulf Racing Red. So they kept themselves pretty much close together and hoping to make this work as we head towards the halfway stage of the race in about the next half an hour or so at this moment, and what has been a very nice race so far here at Silverstone. Maxwell on the brakes, figuring out whether there is a weakness of Monteagudo, and after the first exchange between these drivers, I would say not very much from that Porsche in front.
Yeah, it's, these guys putting on a fantastic show, and looking up and down the timing tower, this is the only real battle going on right now. The next closest interval is 3 seconds, so GT3 field really spread out, except for these 2. And Monteagudo may be thinking, you know, I would like about a 5-second gap ahead and a 5-second gap behind, just to lower my adrenaline level. This guy's been hit 3 or 4 times, dents all over the car, and now has that Mustang polishing his bumper as he tries to hang on to P6. And what a day he's having out here today.
Yeah, and having a good day, I think, is going to be the critical factor out of it. It's all about giving yourself a run. +2, Project 91 Academy. And is there more dramas for box 3 running through? Oh, yes, there is. Rears just deciding to let go again and just over-committing into the corner. It's such a horrible place to be at as a driver when you have 4, 5, 6, 7 different issues out there around the circuit and you just can't keep the car planted through each and every corner. It's why a car needs to be drivable for both drivers out there when you hit an enduro. It's very tough. There's a little peek to the mirrors against Monteahudo and is not going to be forced against it there into Abbey.
Yeah, and Monteahudo putting on a defensive clinic here, and he's had a couple of V8 cars behind him. We saw Mercedes polishing his bumper. Now he's got that Mustang back there polishing his bumper and really making absolutely the most out of this 911. They didn't qualify particularly well, but a couple of the 911s got pretty good starts, moved up past a couple of these big V8 cars, and have been playing defense ever since, particularly this 91.
It's also worth noting there's been a change for third in GT3 over the last 5 laps or so. DCW Racing Blue now up there as 5-9 Hemming Design find themselves now down into 4th position with Toby Andrews behind the wheel. So that's the next chase for this group out there, as well as the Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech Racing team, which will be another team that they want to try and chase on down and hunt. There they are at the moment and doing a very nice job, very striking, the blue and the yellow out there at the moment with Joe Glass behind the wheel.
Yeah, a lot of great looking liveries out there, and this one looking good as well. Obviously some professional artists at work providing a fantastic looking group of cars here. Take a quick look at the track conditions, and humidity dropping off a little bit. It was 97 when we started with a heavy fog. The sun's coming out, the track temperature creeping up a little bit. Wind still a factor, and yeah, it really does, Jake, look like these drivers are going to avoid the rain that has been lurking in the Silverstone forecast throughout this week. I've been keeping an eye on it. They intended to use real weather, and earlier on in the week it called for rain, but it has cleared up, and these drivers are enjoying a beautiful fall day here in the UK.
Yeah, northerly wind now is being forecast at this moment in time, which means that will be a bit of a tailwind, cross tail, going down into Stowe Corner, cross head, heading over towards Abbey, and a crosswind, which turns to a tailwind over at Copse. So it does ever change here, the direction of the wind. You've got to be very alert to where the wind direction goes out there, because it's the difference between 5 meters on your braking zone in some weather conditions, and if you've got that slightly off in certain corners, you'll be wondering why you're sailing on through a couple of circuits out there, or just going further than what you necessarily wanted to. But still off Racing Red, stare and watch at the back of the number 91 Project 91 Academy car. The car in front of them is George Barrel, the 2 of Barrel Racing. So they've got to put the lap down on the same category of car. The question's going to be, how do you want to go about it? Luke Maxwell at Copse, that was full commitment there, but just couldn't get the drive on the exit.
Yeah, and we often talk about the traffic playing a role between classes, and pretty broad range of paces here within the classes, and so that adds another element of trying to get past another similarly powered car. And look out, because here comes, that looks like the P3 leader maybe coming up behind to get involved in this situation. So these drivers are going to have their heads on a swim. Oh my goodness, what a catch there. That almost turned a disaster. And here we go, coming down pit lane is the 91. So he has had enough of all of this and is ready for a stop.
Well, Napshagar, she had a little bit of a scare, I think is the right way to say it, but in comes Jose Manuel Monteahudo in the Project 91 Academy car. That is very early, so there's the scare into the corner, just attacks a little too much in, massive snap, but well able to hold going through the middle of the corner to get back out. DCW Racing Blue also in at the same time, so Patrick Falconer gets back in the car and a change over at Project 91 Academy. Oliver Ettridge gets in behind the wheel.
Yeah, and I don't know what time it is where that driver is, where he just got out, but I think he deserves a beer after those stints. That was incredible driving in that 911 under constant pressure. Never had a moment to really rest, and had to recover from a couple of taps as well. So very well earned break that that driver is getting after a tough couple of stints.
Daniel Kell on board with for Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport, in control and diving down the inside of George Barrell at Barrell Racing. So trying to work away through the constant traffic that is there in front and working through the corners, out of Maggots, now into the left of Beckett's, and then all the left-handers, which makes up the named chicane here around this circuit. And then you've got Chapel Corner making away by Luke Maxwell, who we saw earlier on in a battle for Olf Racing Red, and now onto the Hangar Straight and making a run through. I think this is the best time as any to say that I think Silverstone might be the holiest circuit in all of motorsport, because before this very circuit came about, the Arena Grand Prix, it had a chapel, it had a priory, and it also had an abbey.
Oh my goodness! You know, I have so many impertinent comments on the tip of my tongue. They have all collided, and I just don't have a response to that. But yeah, great camera work here showing Cal pushing that LMP2 car around Silverstone and making it look easy as Cal. And due to that incident earlier on, he had been getting some pressure from behind, and now he is well clear, about 8 seconds. So just ticking off the laps in a workmanlike fashion. And as I said, that in-car view really showed his gentle inputs and calm hands, and Kel making it look pretty easy out here.
Yeah, but remember, Daniel Kell will still have to hand over the number 89 at some point over to Jack London, and it's a question that will be asked: is this going to be a case of, can I hold this pace, or is it going to be troublesome? What will be troublesome is the fact that Daniel Kell lost 1.3 seconds in the traffic that last lap to Marco Tavelski.
Oh yeah, he absolutely did, and traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. You would like to think that that kind of averages out over the course of 4 hours, but I've been in a couple of these races where I felt like it was a conspiracy. Every slow section there was a line of GT3 cars, and my opponents were getting them all on the straight. So it definitely can be frustrating, but we have seen Kel manage traffic extremely well here so far. So I'm sure that his teammate is looking on with approval, and while we wait for Jack London to hop in the car, I'm formulating various Call of the Wild comments, and I've got a little pad here beside me, so I will have those ready, Jack, when you take over the number 89.
Well, let's give a little rundown through, because very nicely David Pilcher has asked for one, so we will very kindly oblige at this point in time. So Calamity Motorsports X150 Motorsport in control of category at the moment, and doing so as we've got a lovely side-by-side going on between the Project 91 Academy and, of course, with Toby Andrews of 5'9", Hemming Design Racing, who just runs off the road there. That wasn't for position, but this will be, as Joe Glass now gets a run along the Wellington Straight and looks to make this pass, and will dive over to the inside at Brooklands Corner and easily moves up to 3rd place overall in GT3 specs. So a drive-through comes in for also as well Nick Casey and Box 3. No shocks there. They've been the most penalised team all day, but Calamity Motorsports 9 seconds clear of Triple S Racing Pink, with TSRC Esports now in 3rd position, hunting down. David Brown Racing are 4th, with Cube Controls Reparto Corsa 5th, and Simcast Racing Team UK in 6th in class. M&M Scotland find themselves 7th in your LMP2s, with United Sim Team then in 8th, 150 Motorsport in the 150 in 9th, and retirees at the moment, it looks like, for HRT Nexus, and then Box 3, who are just 6 laps down, trying to keep themselves going, are in penalty purgatory, to say the least. Small category in LMP3 with these Ligier JSP 320s. Prismatic Motorsports in control with Napshagar Choknoy, who is there leading the race, and by a full lap over DSDF Racing and Harley Byrne, as it will be a case of what happened early on for Chicken Kebab powered by Coop, who found themselves retirees, with Jacob Jenner pointing crabways is the best way to describe that in the number 28 machine. GT3, LMGT3, fully controlled by WSR Esports, who have led this field from the drop of the green flag and haven't relinquished it since, but they are being hemmed at 16 seconds at the moment by Cartwell Racing, and Aidan Carter is doing a fantastic job, as that will also be a good scrap to try and get around the Project 91 Academy car by Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. That's Nathan Edwards, who is trying to hold himself in the middle of this group, but in 4th it is 5-9 Hemming Design Racing. Toby Andrews behind the wheel. They're in a little bit of a slow stint at the moment because they'd really like Luke Andrews in the car as much as possible. Ulf Racing Red are then next in class, with Quartermast Motorsports Bravo then further behind that, then, as there is about a Wellington straight between them in terms of difference. DCW Racing Orange find themselves then further behind that in 7th place overall in the AMG Mercedes, with a sizable gap over Glass Tech Racing 158, which is piloted by Jan Östberg, and then the Project 91 Academy car, which has come down in and made its pit stop, is now trying to move on up. That is Oliver Ettridge, who is behind the wheel there. You then got Quartermast Motorsport with Ben Bennyworth. They're just behind them and trying to jump up onto that group, as Phoenix Esports Racing is also trying to do the same, with Billy Wright behind the wheel, who's taken over from the early running of Johnny Ogden. You've got then the Academy Team 31, which we've seen getting itself involved a little bit earlier up in front. DCW Racing Blue, who also made their pit stop with Patrick Falconer. They're trying to move through, as is Barrel Racing, number 2, with George Barrel behind the wheel. Feartech Motorsports, who have had damage over the course of today's racing, they are 26th overall at this point, leaving just Kyle Roy and Iron Apex Esports then as the last runners in this field of GT3s, as Satellite Racing Galaxy retirees then 47 laps ago in this 56 lap race we have currently clicked onto. Focus with Oliver Ettridge then for the moment at Project 91 Academy, trying to get by Glass Tech Racing and Jan Östberg.
Yeah, and Ettridge falling, that car falling to P9 after a little bit of an off sequence, I would say, pit stop here. They had been running in P6, so Ettridge trying to get back up to the position, reflecting the pace of that 992 GT3R. And who is that straight ahead?
Well, it would be Jan Östberg there for Glass Tech Racing, who is trying to hold off. They are exactly a lap behind the leaders of GT3, and Adam State, who has been in the car the entire way for the number 23 team, and definitely have the highest I rating, 7,000 I rating for Adam State, and they've got a 6.2k driver to hand over to in Ashley Finch.
Wow, and yeah, that is this field really having spread out, and our producer Ramiro Agustin Cisneros has located the one scrap that's happening right now on the track. That's the only interval that we have under a second, and my goodness, look at that 911 dispatching the lone McLaren there, and the mid-engine cars not putting on a very good showing here, I would say.
Now, the mid-engine cars, I think, are struggling a little bit out there, and I think it might be tough for Jan Östberg at the moment. That McLaren certainly does like a little bit of a car that is a bit easier than this. It's a bit slippery out there, and it's very good at the really high-speed circuits, but here when you've got a little bit more of the stop-start at Silverstone that's there, it's a flowy style track, not really that, I would say, point and click. I'd say that McLaren would be very good for the likes of a street circuit, for example, but here Ben Bennyworth is proving worth at the moment. Looking at the quarter mile scale, that's Billy Wright going around then and proving that that's the wrong pits to try and go for. So that's a spin around as I was focusing on the car just in front of that. So Phoenix Esports Racing going for a little bit of a whoopsie daisy, and Billy Wright just trying to get a little too eager on the power on the exit there of Luffield.
Yeah, and Wright getting camera shy right when we're talking about the struggles of the mid-engine cars. One of the, I think, 2 Ferraris entered out here today. So, yeah, the 911's doing very well. The front-engine V8's doing very well. And the mid-engine cars struggling. And we're going back to that battle for P9. That's Quartermass coming up behind Glass Tech. Got him down to about 3/10.
Yep, so Glass Tech right now out the frying pan and straight into the fire here with Ben Bennyworth. One Porsche's gone through, and so a second one wants to try and make itself well known. Looking for drive then coming out of the exit of Club and onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight over towards turn at number 1 at Abbey, and just trying to hold that line and keep the momentum going. Quartermass Motorsport, who have had a little bit of a, I would say, tumultuous day so far. They are up 3 spaces in the grand context of where everybody started, but the issue that they have run into really is they've been involved in a couple taps here and there that's dropped them a couple seconds here and there. So they're trying to find a pass, and I think they're trying to find a pass clean for what could be the first time this race.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough and tumble out here, although things have calmed down pretty well. We're almost at the halfway point, and as I said, traffic has spread out significantly, so a little easier to make your way through and a little easier to kind of focus on your own class cars around you and the job that you have to do instead of worrying about a line of prototypes coming through. So kind of getting into the comfort part of the race, I would say, where we just need to take care of the equipment, get our laps done, and keep the car out of trouble for the handoff to the finisher.
Speaking of comfort, there's Daniel Kell. That gap fluctuating between 8 and 9 seconds at the moment at the front. And I don't think it's just Triple S that they have to be worried about at that sort of gap here, JR, because TSRC have put Kieran Sharp back in the car. They've piloted themselves back up into 3rd place, and they are actually starting to motor on forward here, and they're only a quarter of a minute off of the race lead. So there's still very much a chance that they could move. As well, David Brown Racing UK, David Brown is going to be under pressure from David Bolcom for position. So Bolcom in the 2-3-3 might want to try and get close. That gap's under 2 seconds at the moment. And David Brown proving earlier that we had a number 45. That's David Brown, number 23.
Yeah, and, you know, you mentioned Cal up front, and he is a little bit off of pace compared to Dalevsky and Sharp behind, but he is maintaining that gap. And, you know, sometimes when you're driving up front, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at your relative. I want to keep this gap between 8 and 9 seconds, and I'm going to drive as fast as I need to do to make that happen. So I think Cal managing this race pretty well, managing traffic well, and has driven very, very clean as we approach the halfway point.
Yep, and so with that clean running that we have seen, it's now about, can Cube Control's Reparto Corsa find themselves back into the top 4 with a pass like this? Remember, there is something that they're all racing for. Each category out there of LMP2, LMP3, and LMGT3, they are all going to be seeing the winners of the class get 2 tickets over to the European Le Mans Series race, which will be taking place 7 days from today over here at Silverstone. Now, the key is going to be there are also 6 more tickets available, and those pairs of tickets are going to be randomly distributed between the teams, 1 in the P217 class, 1 in the LMP3 class, and 1 in the GT3 class. So it's a case of there is always something to go out there and race for.
Yeah, that is awesome. I've don't think that I've seen actual race tickets at the track that the sim event is being held at as a prize before. It's a fantastic idea, and I would love to see more of that. It's very, very cool that the winners are going to get to enjoy the fruits of winning at Silverstone by attending at this classic track. This is definitely on my bucket list to make it over at some point. I would love to see a race here.
I'd love to see a race that goes on incredibly around Silverstone. It's one of those circuits that pretty much epitomizes the national scene here of motorsport, and actually is the heartland that a lot of technology of motorsport is built around in the United Kingdom. It's the Silverstone bubble, so to speak, that you get 9 of the 10 Formula One teams all based within about 50 miles of this circuit, be it in Banbury or over in Grove or at Milton Keynes, for example. Everything is built around Silverstone, including the likes of Aston Martin, for example, who took Jordan's old garage at Enstone.
Yeah, it's absolutely a temple of motorsport, and I'm ticking them off one by one. Did Le Mans, did the 12 hours of Bathurst this past February, and drove on the Nürburgring as well. So ticking them off. I'm running out of time, but still have enough time left to fly over to the UK. And what do you think I should do, F1 or sports cars out here?
Either or. I think that you can have so much fun with any sort of category that goes on through at Silverstone. And in fact, I would actually go further than that and say go look at, say, a touring car race, for example. I think you'd do very well to go to an event like that, because you get a lot of racing for your money.
Yeah, very good point. And so do they, I think they do WEC here or no?
I am not too sure, because I haven't looked at the World Endurance calendar for a little while, so it might be something that they do. I'm not quite too sure, but at least for the moment, you've got great sim racing that's going on at this stage, and that is proving here by the fact that David Brown Racing here has been caught right up to within a second, and soon we might be seeing David Balcombe trying to prove he's top David.
Yeah, it looks like Balcombe is taking about a half second a lap out of Brown up front. So, you know, these teams kind of pick and choose what their lineups are, pick and choose what they want to accomplish during the stints. And these middle stints, you know, can go either way. Do you want to put your fast driver in, get some positions against some middle drivers? Do you want to put a middle driver in? Do you want to put a slow driver in? And we're seeing a little bit of shuffling right now during this stint because of driver selection. And it'd be interesting to see how it plays out and how it impacts the next stint and how the race concludes.
To answer your question, no World Endurance Championship here. It will go from the Losail International Circuit over to Imola in April, 6 hours of Spa in May, then the 24 hours of Le Mans in June. July is the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, Lone Star Le Mans, and the 6 hours of Fuji in September, finishing off with the 8 hours of Bahrain over in November. So that's where the World Endurance calendar looks like, an 8-round championship that puts itself together. But that's a very wide line by David Brown, looking to attack off the exit against Kyle Roy of Iron Apex Esports, trying to get the clearance through Woodcut, and manages that. David Balcombe will have the tough job of trying to clear before Cops, and manages so. Just about gets it done, and will be very pleased to see that move done and able to continue to follow.
Yeah, that was almost one of those moments where you get held up in a slow section, and very good awareness and good driving by that GT3 car, cooperating, and little bit of a wiggle there as things heat up in the battle of the Davids.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit closer, but after that gap opened up, David Brown now just trying to stretch those legs and say, I can just pull a little bit further away out there on track, as we are moving closer to the hour. We're going to be very close to a lot of the GT3s diving in and making their pit stops. And really, over the last 15 minutes or so, WSR Esports have again turned up the wick, and they've got a 20-second margin now at the front, on board with David Volcom. And I think now is a good time as ever, just before the halfway stage, to listen in to the sounds and sights that you've got here, as we'll take you with some RaceSpotTV fan immersion. There were some of the sounds and sights that you had the ability to hear with us on RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion, ticking over the halfway stage of the race here on RaceSpotTV, and we are firmly in the wheelhouse of pit stops right now and driver changes over in GT3 spec, because we've got the likes, of course, of Ashley Finch just leaving the pits for WSR Esports. Joe Glass is currently still in the car for Vulcan Fasteners, and I think has just changed back to Nick Stubb for the next stage, as we got the likes then of Miles Hemming in the barriers for 5-9 Hemming Design Racing. So there's troubles out there for the 16 machine, who have gone off, and that looks like cops. And look at that. That is a completely mangled suspension in the rear.
And that is going to mix up the front. That car currently sitting in P6 and is not going to be there for long. And oof, that thing has taken a beating. Definitely a high speed off into the barriers. We'll get a replay of that and show you what happened. But that Mustang limping its way back around. I don't believe the car has had a repair yet. Oh my goodness. And things going from bad to worse. And kids, sometimes it's better to take a tow. This may be one of those times.
Yeah, Miles Hemming here, who is fresh into the car, is now going to be looking very swiftly, try and be away. And there's some side-by-side into Cop's corner. That looks like the Fiatech Motorsports car being lapped, and the two DCW cars then, blue and orange. Not much between them, only a couple tenths of a second, or about 1 second, so to speak, between them at this stage. So they're now going to be scrapping about for position, as they've got DSDF then in the middle of all of this, as well as box 3 trying to work a way through. But now, this is where 5-9 Hemming Design find themselves in trouble. Is this a case of grabbing grass, or is it turn it, or wiggle on the middle of the corner? Car just completely unloads itself and then bang, straight into the wall.
And yikes, that was a huge hit. And you know, we were talking earlier about these Mustangs and having pretty good mid-corner stability, and you saw a problem right there. They're reputed to be a little iffy under braking, and oh my goodness, you saw that snap. That was tough. I don't think there's anything the driver could have done once that started.
And there's a change, which was only brief, for George Barrell, who dives into the pits. Johnny Ogden's back in behind the wheel at Phoenix Esports Racing. Quartermass Motorsport trying to chase, and that is Deselin von Herp, who is there trying to run up and chase at this moment. So for von Herp, this is a case of, can I run and gain that place? Johnny Ogden right now back in the car trying to run away.
Yeah, too right. And my goodness, the Ashley Finch, WSR Esports, still with. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so number 8's turned around. You're going to see it in a moment. Trying to get back up to speed, has tangled about with Mark Collicott, and really struggling to get turned around the right way and back up to racing speed again. Had a full flick spin and just couldn't deal with the traction as it brought itself back onto circuit. So Baird Morley now having a really tough time of it. Here's the Fiatech 8, and this is how quickly it goes from bad to worse. Door is left half ajar going into the outer loop corner, and so in the middle and on the exit, yeah, it's just the smallest tap.
Yeah, and I feel deja vu all over again, seeing a Mercedes tap a 911 right in that very spot. So, you know, oh my goodness, and a little dubious re-entry perhaps there. But yeah, that's one of those spots that shows the various the differences in the handling of those two cars. The Mercedes getting through there really well, wanting to make something happen there, and the 911s keep getting hit from behind right in that same section.
They certainly do. Harley Byrne in from the LMP3 division out there, as well as Kyle Roy as part of the Iron Apex Esports team, the number 95. Change has come through over the last section that we've been looking at, as Cube Controls, Reparto Corso and David Balcom are through on David Brown at davidbrownracing.uk. So that a important change, which now puts David Balcom up into 4th place with Cube Controls.
Yeah, and the Davids providing some good support here. That is the only close interval in that class, and they're hanging about a half second apart, as they have been ever since that last pit cycle. So these two drivers keeping each other company, keeping each other busy, while the rest of the P2 field kind of going into a track day right now.
There is a bit of a gap, but I wouldn't say anything is massively unmanageable right now, JR. I wouldn't say it's a huge track day moment that they've got out there. We're talking about gaps of 7 to 8 seconds. I mean, when we're talking endurance, you know, often we talk about the thing of saying, oh, you know, when we get to 24-hour races, our lap is still close.
Yeah, it definitely can be. Incidents can pop up, and I don't think we're going to have cautions in this one. I don't recall seeing that in the race briefing, and that can certainly you know, make up for those gaps that can develop in traffic as well. But yeah, the two Davids looking good here as you see those P2 cars wiggle a little bit here. And again, Silverstone can be a little bit greasy, and these P2 cars are putting down a lot of power through the rear wheels. So you see a lot of those little wiggles as we navigate some of the slower corners, less affected by downforce.
Yeah, and they've got 3 cars in front here, do Bolcom and Brown. They've got Ben Morley, who was just involved in that incident. Kyle Roy, then, who is officially now within a lap of that. So that's an important pass for Ben Morley. And then the M&M Scotland car of Maurizio Sciglio out there at this stage. So the M&M, standing for Marco and Maurizio, are doing a very nice job at the moment of holding themselves to 7th place as it currently stands. They get through one, so that wasn't too much bother there with Kyle Roy. They'll look for the second now against Ben Morley, and so to the outside goes the search, and one will get clearance, and David Brown will have to sit down and wait.
Yeah, and the Skellington car probably gets a little nervous anytime there's another car around it. That one has been beaten, battered, and bashed, and taken a fast repair. Despite that, you can see some body damage on that car. So those guys have been having a day, maybe a day forgettable. Although, you know, any day at the racetrack is pretty fun and worthwhile, I would say.
Slow-mo for Miles Hemming then for the 5.9 Hemming Design Racing moment then. So running through the middle of the corner, you can see the rear wing completely off the car, the suspension caved in on the bottom right, and just trying to hold the car going through as it made its way, that Mustang, over to the pits. A wonderful slow motion shot that we had the chance. TSRC Esports then leaving the pits with Andrew Pike back in behind the wheel. They'll fall back down to 5th place, but Triple S are now starting to make the progress. Marco Teletsky is thinking, you know what, I've got to try and hunt this car down and give as much of an opportunity as possible, because it will be at some point Jack London out there on circuit versus Callum Morgan.
Yeah, and looking forward to that. And you know, that's it can be interesting sitting in the pits, watching your teammates over the course of a long enduro, knowing that you're the finisher. It's a mixture of anxiety, trying to stay calm, excitement to get in the car, but wanting to preserve your energy for when you're behind the wheel and it counts. So enduros are such a special thing to participate in. If you haven't done one, folks, I'd encourage you to do it. Lots of leagues around provide endurance experience, team racing experience, and it really does kind of change the racing experience being part of a team and being involved in an endurance race like this. It really is fantastic.
It's wonderful, and it's always a sense of camaraderie. It's something that we see in a lot of the 24-hour style races that we got as Iron Apex now hit the pits. It's a lot of understanding that it's about the team. It's about being together. It's about racing with your friends, and ultimately it's about having fun. And the first rule of sim racing is if you're not having fun, don't race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've even had the pleasure of being involved in some real world enduros. And, you know, if you're doing sprints, you kind of feel like you're on an island, and having a team event really completely changes the complexion of it, and super enjoyable. So again, if you haven't participated in one of these, I'd really encourage you to do so. Lots of opportunities, lots of places to find leagues online, and it really is a fantastic experience.
We were just looking at the WSR Esports car that's leading the GT3 category, and I think what's really striking, you see it as well with Cartwell Racing here, is just how much marble build-up there is actually on the front of these cars, how much they have been battered about, as Triple S, by the way, have just dived down into the pits along with Calamity Motorsport, so they stay on the same strategy. But you're really seeing that marble build-up, the discarded rubber that comes off the tyres, and it is picking up onto a lot of these drivers' fronts.
Yeah, it is, and that's a very interesting use of realism that they've added to iRacing over the years. And if we get a helicopter overhead shot at some point later, you can really see the rubber marbles begin to build up offline as the race goes on. The longer the race goes, the darker and heavier that gets, and very interesting to see.
And there are the driver changes. Callum Morgan jumps in at Triple S. Jack London in at Calamity X150. And behind that, Simcast Racing still keep Jordan Maymar in behind the wheel, a lap down. In also will come the Cube Controls car, Reparto Corsa, there with David Bolcom still in behind the wheel. There is the get-go. Lots of wheel spin there for Jack London, really struggling to get that car running back up to speed. And Callum Morgan waiting, a lot slower of a launch away to try and get up to speed. Jack London clear, and now looking to defend that gap. Still waiting for David Brown Racing to jump into the pits. They've gone longer than anyone else now.
Yeah, and London feeling the call of the wild as he lays down black stripes, leaving the pit box. And as I said, he's been waiting now for over 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes for his opportunity behind the wheel. So it's an interesting mental exercise that you go through, getting yourself calm, getting yourself dialed in. You've been watching for over 2 hours. Now it's your turn. Cold tires, heavy fuel load, trying to get in the groove here. And a lot of times, Jake, as you're waiting, you hop into a practice session to do a little bit of warm-up. That's one advantage a sim racer has over a real-life racer, is I can spin up my own version of Silverstone and get loose when I'm about to get in. And London may have done that as well.
Yeah, so that might be what you've seen, or it might be a case of just trying to do the spotting job as you go around and say, look, you got this car to deal with, this car to deal with. In comes David Brown, 23, into the pits for David Brown Racing UK, and that will be them looking to fall back into line, as this was M&M Scotland finding a few troubles, just maybe catching the curb on the inside, full 360, trying to light it up. Ooh. You've got to be so careful about that rejoin, and very lucky there that the 3 didn't get involved there. That was Dave Tudor in at box 3, who was able to jam on the brakes and avoid any further disaster befalling the number 13 machine.
Oof, the lucky 13 indeed, roasting the rear tires and then adding a dubious rear entry. Dubious re-entry on top of that. So not a moment to write home about there.
Pit stop then off the jacks. The tyres changed then for David Brown, staying in the car and representing the Pineapple Racing Club up there at the top as they go through. There's always a sense of something there. And I tell you what, I do love a car that's got a nice bow tie on the front. Very smart, very dapper.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a touch of class there in the pit stall at Silverstone. And Jake, I'm watching the gap now between London in the 89 car and Callum Morgan in the Triple S Racing 376, and it's expanding kind of precipitously. It's been hanging around about 8 seconds in the prior stint and ballooned to about 10 there very quickly. So Morgan may be encountering some traffic out of the box, but London's got to be feeling pretty good about his relative right now early on.
Yeah, I'd say it's about building a margin. 9.5 seconds, you'd certainly do that quite well. So Callum Morgan has got to get up to speed and find that element to try and whittle that gap away. Oliver Ettridge now back to 4th position, slightly out of position in terms of pit stop strategy. I think they're going to have to make one more stop compared to the rest of the field over at the Project 91 Academy. And there is a drive-through for car number 15 out there. That is DC DCW Racing Blue and Patrick Falconer for not yielding for blue flags for the same car class. So that is a really big penalty for them, because they are running about in about 6th or 7th place, and that will drop them behind the orange team and a lot further on than that.
Wow, and an unusual penalty, and that's one I feel like you have to work pretty hard to get dinged for ignoring the blue flag. So maybe a newer driver that didn't know what the league rules are. Some leagues require you to give way within a certain number of corners. That may be the case here. But back to that Project 91 car, Jake, I think you are right that they took an off-scheduled stop, and it's gonna cost them an additional pit stop. So if you're a fan or somebody that knows what's going on with Project 91, go ahead and let us know in YouTube why they had that unscheduled stop, because they're looking good right now in P4, but it is going to cost them down the stretch, as they're going to have to do 4 stops when these other GT3 cars are probably going to do 3.
Luca Munro for the United Sim team under a little bit of duress here from Marco Anastasi here for M&M Scotland, and on the brakes they go. The United Sim team then will find themselves in a position where they get a good drive off of Aintree Corner. Aintree named after the circuit of Aintree, which ran, of course, in the 1950s for at least 1 or 2 Formula 1 races before falling off the calendar and coming back to here. Aintree now run primarily as part of the wonderful horse racing scene that you've got here in the United Kingdom, and has some wonderful events that go through. And Aintree, one of the most famous places to go and get racing done too. So the chase still very much on then from Marco Anastasi. M&M Scotland close here through Copse, but still needing to chase down about 3 car lengths.
And I love the stories behind the corner names. It seems like so many circuits in the UK have those kind of naming stories. And oh, the little wiggle there. Oh my goodness, trying to avoid that Mustang. And that's going to bring that gap behind the 177 way down, as a potential almost catastrophe happening there through the S's.
Well, you catch traffic at the right place or the wrong place, and Luca Munro just couldn't quite commit anywhere to find it. It was a case of I'll go around the outside, and Thomas Royval breaking the cardinal code, so to speak, there over at Beckett's Corner, JR, of hold your line, the traffic will go around you. He moved out of the way of the car, and that's what caused the miscommunication.
Yeah, and it's, you know, that's definitely part of mixed class racing. And as a GT3 driver, I always tell people that you should be in control of which way that prototype goes by your position on the track. So don't give them a choice, and those kind of incidents won't happen. If they only have one choice, they won't have those moments of indecision that can lead to catastrophe. We almost saw there as that prototype having to go evasive, almost running up the back of that GT3 Mustang.
Well, apparently the penalty has been cleared for the number 15, so obviously they've appealed the decision, and that appeal has been successful, so they've had the penalty cleared away. So that's great news over at DCW Racing then, as they have got themselves sorted. The blue team, Patrick Falconer, is down in the pits though, and I would suggest that this might be scheduled as Feartech will take the penalty then. So the number 8 team will have that sorted.
Oof, Feartech, definitely having some struggles out here today. The battered, bruised, and now being punished, sitting in the requiring a drive-through there. To take a look at Johnny Ogden making his way through the S's in that lovely orange livery. Ooh, I kind of like the metallic. It reminds me of the Hot Wheels cars I had as a kid. If I will probably age myself by saying that, but sweet looking Ferrari.
Yeah, it's a very lovely looking Ferrari. It does have to be said that it has done a very, I would say, stellar job in 9th place at the moment, doing what it needs to there. The bright orange, and looking for a bit of late night coffee, I would assume that that would be the way that you need to do it. Middle of the day, shouldn't be really needing too much out there. But Johnny Ogden then looking to attack off of the exit and bring that drive up through the north part of the circuit, heading itself all the way over to Copse Corner, and then the run down the most famous SS section in all of motorsport. There is David Bolcom, who is there in 4th position, and Bolcom here is eyeing up the car is a lap down at the moment in front. That is Simcast Racing Team UK, and Jordan Maymar lets it go.
Yeah, Maymar hopping out of the way, and might have heard over comms that they're enforcing those blue flags and need to get out of the way quickly. So Maymar clearing it out for David there. And where is the other David? Is that battle still underway? And it looks like that gap has opened up quite a bit now. It's actually 10 seconds. So that Balcom versus Brown conflict that we had going for quite a while there has settled. And actually, it looks like our closest interval right now is for P8. That's Monroe, or for P7 rather. That's Monroe from Anastasi. About a 0.9 gap between those two cars.
Just looking at it, I think it's a case of David Brown hasn't really had a bad run over the last few laps. It's just a case of that gap's built up very, very quickly. In fact, that's just come from the pit stop window that Cube Controls have been able to get out and gain those seconds out on circuit. So some good movement then that has been made as they've gone through. There is Marco Anastasi Anastasi there in position, and ultimately the United team have been able to pull away over the last few laps. So this is tough for the number 13. They know they're close, they know they want that move, they know they want 7th place. They started 8th, they are 8th, and at the moment they will stay 8th.
Yeah, and maybe Anastasi maybe getting a little camera shy. When I first mentioned it, it was well under a second. That gap starting to swell just a little bit. Looks like Monroe's last lap about 0.2 quicker than Anastasi. So that gap may be ballooning, and just as I say that, traffic causes it to drop back to 0.8. So traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and that is one of the thrilling and frustrating parts of multi-class racing.
That's the 31 Project 91 Academy team there, and Mikhail Sikorsky, who is behind the wheel, that they've just managed to navigate a way around as they have worked through. They will soon have Miles Hemming and the 5.9 Hemming design car to try and get by next. So that's what's on the docket for them at the moment. Still though, piloting around and with a very good drive at the moment. They've now put Ivory Balfour in the car at Prismatic Motorsports Community, and she'll be going out there and trying to do everything possible to maintain that gap over DSDF Racing, which currently stands at about a lap and a half at this point over Philip Sayers. So I would say when you've got a gap of roughly 3 minutes out there in this race, it's going to have to take something catastrophic to stop Prismatic coming away with victory in your LMP3 division.
It is, but it can be a double-edged sword. It's driving by yourself without pressure from behind, and the only pressure really being don't make a mistake, don't make a mistake. If that can kind of dominate your thinking and cause some anxiety, that can lead to mistakes. And Ivory, don't mean to jinx you, but just pointing out that the job ahead of you is a little tougher than it might seem.
It is going to be tough, just navigating by Thomas Royval, then of Ulf Racing Red. So they are 5th at the moment, and they've done very well after the damage that they may have received earlier on in the race. Thomas Royval racing from Argentina.
Yeah, Royval hanging in there on a good recovery drive for that team, and that GT3 field spread out quite a bit. That car, the number 6 car, is actually the last car on the lead lap and about 90 seconds off of WSR Esports. So with the amount of time left, WSR Esports could get past them, actually, as the number of cars on the lead lap dwindles in the GT3 category.
It does, but that's just the pace that Ashley Finch is trying to set. And before that, Adam State. There's your leader, Jack London, for Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport. 153.1 on that last go around. Callum Morgan responds with a 152.5. crossing the line, so took 0.6 of a second out of Jack London. So Callum Morgan is in hunt mode. The gap 9.6 seconds, 9.2 on our timing tower at the moment. So I would say by no means is this a done deal for overall today.
No, it's never over till it's over, especially with 90 minutes remaining. I will say, however, London doing a pretty good job maintaining that gap. Came out of the pits with about an 8-second gap behind, and since then it's kind of fluctuated between 9 and 10. So if you're driving up front, your teammates are kind of telling you to mind that gap, and all you really have to do is maintain it. There's nothing, no award for the fast lap in hour 3 in this one. So it's London's job to keep it on the track, keep that gap where it is, and to keep the car out of trouble. And so far, he's doing an excellent job at that.
Yeah, this has been creatively fantastic by the likes of Jack London, who has just been putting in the time, putting in the laps, and regarding that, it has certainly worked. United Sim Team now have built their margin, and Luca Monroe can start focusing further forward towards Jordan Maymar at Simcast Racing Team UK. They have got Christopher Starsmore as the first driver that they have thrown in, so they've done a good job. And currently, as far as it stands for most of the LMP2 field, 10 laps at the moment would be the driver's fair share at this stage of the race for those in GT3 at the moment. And I will also put into that the likes of LMP3. 9 laps at the moment would make the fair share.
Yeah, and the drivers obviously keeping an eye on that. It's an easy way. Making a mistake on drive time is an easy way to get the DQ. So and it's one of those annoying mistakes that can pop up in team racing. I'm sure these folks are all really well prepared to avoid getting penalized for fair share violations, but it is just another consideration and another strategic element that comes into putting together a good team event.
Yep, so with this all coming into play, Mark Collicott is certainly looking to show that he's got what it takes. DCW Racing Orange at the moment is the driver that we had focus on. Going back though to 10th to the other DCW car, the Blue Machine of Richard Simnor is looking for a way past Deselin Van Herp. There's a look to the inside. Van Herp leaves the door wide open. I think you could park an entire fleet of double-decker buses through there. Easy pickings then. And around the outside will now try Marco Anastasi of M&M Scotland. And then that gets sorted out. So not much you can do. Van Herp doing 202s. Richard Simnor, by comparison, 159s.
Yeah, and Van Gerp, you know, what we've seen so far is that these Mercedes and the 911s are not mixing well when they get close in traffic. So Van Gerp may have gotten that call over comms from his teammates to breathe it and let him go. The pace difference obviously there, and more important to keep the car clean than to play defense against a faster driver.
Yep, so priority when you've invested, I think it's the big key, return on investment. You've put 2.5 hours worth of effort into a 4-hour race. Do you really want to walk away with nothing? I think that's what you have to start weighing up, and that certainly plays its part. And Richard Simnor going by, and I think Quartermass Motorsport realizing finishing is the first priority. Result is the second.
Yeah, absolutely. And staying on the track will always open up opportunities as well. You know, freebies happen. We've seen a few cars that take some hard hits and have to take tows for repairs. So, you know, staying on the track until the end, possible to pick up a freebie down the stretch. They probably have a faster driver ready to close once they have their final pit stop, probably about 30 minutes away for the GT3 field. So we're going to be seeing some driver changes, and we'll keep an eye on any pace changes that happen with that final swap. But that could add another element to what's going to happen in this race down the stretch.
Yeah, a lot of great racing that has been bringing itself together this weekend with us at RaceSpotTV. Of course, yesterday we had the iRacing Indy 6 Hour, which proved to be a fantastic event's worth of racing, but we got some great stuff coming along later today. I know that later on tonight at about 8 p.m. UK time, so that'll be 3 p.m. Eastern, JR, you'll be jumping on with the Radical E-Cup European Championship. That'll be heading over to Hockenheim for their 8th round of the season, and as well, in just starting up in about 25 minutes time will be the 24-hour esports series, which will be jumping in round 2 also at Silverstone. With us on RaceSpotTV, you can join Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes for the first 3 hours of that. Arjuna Kankipati and Lorenzo Bonda will be taking you home on that. Coverage will stay here with us, of course, on RaceSpot here of your MSUK 4 hours of Silverstone, which is flying about at the moment. And for the time being, it looks like we got a little bit of carb. I want to give a lot of credit here to Cartwell Racing, though, and Will Eat Well at this stage. They have done so well to stay at about a quarter of a minute off of the race lead. That has not really budged over the last hour and a half or so. WSR Esports built the gap, but Cartwell Racing are keeping it maintained.
Yeah, they really are. They are going to keep them honest. And as I was talking about before, opportunities come up in these mixed class races. As you see, Iron Apex facing the wrong way again, and that Audi has faced counter course almost as often as up course, as they're having a hard time with those. And I haven't driven one, Jake, but they have a reputation for being a little bit squirrely, a little bit light in the rear, and we're certainly seeing that play out.
Yeah, we are, and it's because of that short wheelbase that you see it be a little bit twitchy and unpredictable like that. You look at cars like the AMG Mercedes, by comparison, has a much longer front bonnet to it. You're sat a lot further back in the car, and so you get a lot more sense of what is there and available to you as you go through the corners. Callum Morgan trying to hunt, but that gap for Triple S is slowly increasing here, and it's going the wrong way. Jack London is keeping Callum Morgan honest, and Triple S, I think, are going to need a bit of help at this moment in time if they want to get this victory sorted. Remember, a win here because Motorsports UK are celebrating the fact that the European Le Mans Series is back at Silverstone for the first time in a very long time, in over 11 years, I think over 7 years. I think it might even be 2014 last time we saw that. Will be a chance for them to say, you know what, have some tickets for winning the class, because this is what esports, I believe, is all about. It's a chance to not only be a part of a community, but is the next way to reach fans, because racing fans come from all shapes of society, and racing fans love one thing. It doesn't matter where it is, what it is, how it is. Racing fans love racing.
Yeah, too right. And man, oh man, what a thrill. I just love the idea of getting out of your sim rig with a victory and knowing that you're going to be watching these cars at this track next weekend. That is so, so cool. And I am envious of the people who are going to cash in on this as we take a look at Ashley Finch in that Mustang, enjoying still a gaudy 16-second gap. Although you're right, they are. Cartwell is keeping WSR Esports honest here. Lapping very similar pace. Will Eat Well only 1/10 off of Ashley Finch on the last time around. So Cartwell Racing will be there should some kind of tragedy strike WSR Esports, which can happen in these mixed class races. So it's not always about being the hero, making the Ayrton Senna move. Sometimes it's just about keeping the car clean when those opportunities present themselves and let the race come to you.
WSR Esports have been really good over the years and proving that they've got pace and they've got great drivers, and they are making international splashes as well in terms of the dynamic of their team. It came out of the likes of Ash Sutton's team was the way that it all came together, leaving the room there, Ashley Finch for Ryan Turner and 150 Motorsport to go sailing down the inside, and that then put a lap then on them. But really, from what was pure sim esports, WSR Esports came out and basically became that as they all look to try and build up a brand new dynamic of what the team is all about, and they've picked up some incredible drivers. Aiden Young comes to mind for me. He'll be booking his place in the Skip Barber Shootout, which is to get a $500,000 seat in the Skip Barber Racing Series for 2026. And I think those sorts of initiatives are so incredible and are offering some amazing sim racers the chance to say they can go up to the top. Aiden Young will be up against other iRacing qualifiers such as Aaron Vasquez, who's got the best iRacing in all of iRacing, and as well, Matt Caruana.
Yeah, and on Aiden Young, you mentioned the Radical European Championship. Aiden Young participates in the North American version of that, which you can also catch on RaceSpotTV in a few weeks. And there is one of our RaceSpot on-air personalities who will be participating in that one. I'm not going to name names, but his initials are JR. So go ahead and subscribe to RaceSpotTV. Hit that notification icon so that you don't miss any of the action. But yeah, Aiden Young appears here on our network in a couple series, and he is a pretty damn good Radical driver as well.
5.9 going by Quartermaster Motorsport. That will give them a position. They'll get another one, hopefully, if Oliver Ettridge takes forever in this stop. And 20 minutes short then of the pit window, I would say they are going to have a splash and a dash by the time they get to the end of this, fill up the tank by a third, and Oliver Ettridge will be looking around and seeing the likes of Ulf Racing Red they'll be up against at the end of the race, and Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo. Those are the two teams I would look at and say that's what Project 91 Academy have got to try and work around.
Yeah, and some great camera work there. That's Miles Hemming in that number 16 5.9 Hemming Design Racing. You saw that little wiggle and the black lines of him putting the power down in that Mustang. So we got about 20 minutes left on those tires, and the Mustangs can be a little tough on the rears, and you're seeing a little bit right there.
Well, getting up to speed and really struggling a bit. Box 3, they've put Nick Casey back in the car, and Nick Casey's not had the easiest time here today. And again, just the rears deciding to let go and the confidence just going away. And the one thing that does make life so difficult for a driver, when you've got a car with that much downforce like the Dallara P217, you're trying to figure out what can you do, where can you find your places to go and just get a little bit quicker. And you know, with a 0.65 power to rate ratio, which means that you're doing 650 brake horsepower per ton, to drive faster with all of that, you just have to go faster into the corner, and then the aerodynamic grip's just going to increase for you.
Yeah, and it's, you know, if you haven't driven a downforce car, it is really quite fascinating, because the amount of grip changes, as Jake said, depending on how fast you go. And part of it is just, you know, kind of letting go and having faith that the car can do it, particularly in some of these high-speed corners like Cops, for example. You just kind of have to find your turn-in point, crank the wheel over, and hang on, because the car can do it. It doesn't seem possible, but with that downforce, they can take way more than 1G laterally, and it definitely takes some getting used to. And as the speed bleeds off, breaking down into a corner, you lose grip, and it's just part of the skill of driving a downforce car, and makes it interesting and very challenging.
It certainly does, and there's some side-by-side as the number 30 there of Simcast Racing Team UK, a lap down, sees David Brown just in front, then making progress, and as they've lost the place actually to Luca Monroe and the United Sim team, so they found that pass, and that was all down to one piece of lap traffic, which was Feartech Motorsport, so it opened up the door for Luca Monroe to get by both, and then siphoning back through into the opening corner comes the pass. So picked up the run straight down the inside at Stowe, and that is brilliantly done by the 177.
Yeah, very tidy move there. And a little pro tip regarding racecraft. You notice how that driver stayed behind until the very last minute and juked over. We'll ride along with Monroe here now in I guess that's a different area. But yeah, don't show your nose too soon. Jump out at the last minute and catch your opponent unaware, and you saw that used to great effect right there.
It's what we call predictability, and the predictability factor of Luca Monroe is give your opponent the least amount of time to respond. And so United Sim Team now are up into 6th position, and it's now the goal of M&M Scotland there. You can just see blurred in the back of shot to chase down and get to Simcast Racing Team UK. And Jordan Maymar, who did a 1:57 on that last lap compared to the 53.8 of Anastasi. So by comparison, not the quickest lap in the world for Jordan Maymar.
Yeah, not at all. And, as we said, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And when you're in a mixed class race like this, you really don't want anyone looking at your timesheets, because some very small errors with traffic can really put some stinkers on your timesheet. And that was one of them right there. And Monroe getting some more anti-help from a Ferrari there as traffic ebbs and flows.
Traffic very much is the name of the game here, and Jordan Maymar now having to get by Harry Shaw there in the Iron Apex car, and managing that at turn number 1 at Farm, up through turn 2, Abbey, turn 2 at Farm, turn 3 over to the Village, and just behind that, Andy Chell, Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo, under pressure. Mark Collicott looking for an angle here, full defense over to the outside, just extending the apex on the exit of turn 2, and now at turn 4, trying to work around the outside of the outer loop, but it's very much a case of, if you try and go around the outside at turn 4, I'll just make you look a little bit silly by just holding the apex on the inside, taking the natural line and pulling away 4 car lengths.
Yeah, too right. And we've seen some great fights between these 911s and these AMG Mercedes. They're so different, fast in different areas, and we seem to have repeated conflicts in the slow stuff, and I'm telling you that they handle completely differently. The 911 is slow in, fast out, and the Mercedes can carry a lot more speed under braking on entry, can carry a lot more speed across the apex of those slower corners, and that's what's leading to some of these conflicts in the slow stuff. And it really has been some great racing between these two classic German marques.
Yeah, Collicott's been really pushing. He took 1.4 seconds on the last lap, but hasn't been able to find a way through. Very narrow. Into the corner goes Chell, and Collicott's got the run now, and this should be quite elementary. Along the hangar straight, heading towards Stowe Corner. Thank you very much. Mark Collicott gets the move. Chell crosses the beams to try and get back in the mirror. All of the wonderful things you see of car control, but that Porsche has nothing for the AMG Mercedes that walks its way up the positions and does exactly what is necessary. So that was well put together.
Yeah, that V8 grunt helping that AMG down the hangar straight. And Jake, that probably went all the way back to Beckett's, which I'm going to call one of the most important corners on this circuit, exiting the exit S's. That right-hander is really where the hangar straight starts. You got to get on the power there early and time that application of power. If you blow that exit, you're a sitting duck by the time you get down to the end of the hangar straight. I think that's what happened to that 911 on that lap.
And you may have just seen flash up on your screen, the instant point count has been hit by Nick Casey and box 3. So it's a case of they've got another drive-through penalty that they'll have to serve over the course of this race. Phoenix and DCW Blue going at it here. Outside tries Richard Simnor, looking to get that place. Johnny Ogden holds the defence then through turn 3. Will hold the defence through turn 4. We'll move through the Aintree Corner, which is the home of the Grand National, one of the most famous horse races in the world. And now Johnny Ogden's got to look around at the defence and realise that this is going to be tough into Brooklands. It's early on the brakes then, but the middle of speed of the corner is nowhere to be found. Johnny Ogden loses out. Richard Simnor takes the place away.
Wow, that is a sweet move. That inside move into Brooklyn's doable, but you have to be very, very careful there. It's a decreasing radius corner, and can also, a bad line there can blow your entry and exit into left field, which leads onto the old pit straight. So it is a tough spot to make something happen, but Simnor showing how it's done right there.
Luca Monroe for the United Sim team in for their penultimate stop of the day. We expect 43 minutes in terms of the pit stop window, so that's going to leave them at most here, JR, with a half an hour to go pit stop.
Yeah, we have a couple cars off sequence right here, it would appear. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. We're coming down to crunch time in terms of final fuel, final driver swaps, and potential splashes down the stretch. And you know that these drivers and teams are sitting with their spreadsheets, doing their final fuel calculations and preparing their final strategies. I'd say the pit sequence is pretty vanilla here so far. We haven't had the tire issues that might have arisen had it started raining, which was a possibility, as I said earlier on this week. So pretty straightforward in terms of pitting, fueling so far. Of course, there's still another pit cycle ahead and over an hour to go. That could all change, but no curveballs that we've seen so far.
No, it's been very much by the book. It has been cloudy, maybe even a little bit foggy to start the race, but it has been all about the weather conditions, and they have stayed fair for all drivers here today as far as it goes. And the lead gaps right now are 12 seconds, 1.5 laps, and 16 seconds as far as your three categories are concerned at this point in time. Some wonderful drives that have been going through the field. I want to give some credit over to Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing. Nick Stubb currently behind the wheel, taking over from Joe Glass. They have done a very good job in terms of putting their car up into third position, and they've not really lit the world alight with the way they've got there. We haven't seen them make many moves. We haven't seen them really be flashy in terms of pace. They've just got on with their job.
Yeah, they have, and that's one of the keys to endurance racing is to just get the work done and keep the car clean, keep it out of trouble, and not make any errors. And I wouldn't say this race has been plagued with errors, but it has not been super clean. We've seen some contact, seen some spins, and seen some cars need to go in for repairs. So could have been cleaner. And, that's the key to a long race. If you can just keep your nose clean, be consistent, and dare I say cautious, you can end up where Vulcan Fasteners are sitting right now. They're a minute off the lead, but they are on the podium. And by my count, they are the last car on the lead lap in P3. So that GT field really stretching out and being dominated by WSR Esports.
Yeah, it really has been. And speaking of dominance, Prismatic Motorsports community finding themselves in control. Ivory Balfour driving around, a wonderful team that is full of female talents and members of the trans community. And I've seen as well the likes of the flags that they have tucked away, hidden underneath the tyres as they've gone through just about on the middle there of the door. So they've done a wonderful job of bringing themselves together. We see them quite a bit in the Motorsports UK scene and promoting absolutely brilliant driving standards and giving people a great chance to say, this is our sim racing as well, and sim racing proving it's for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And very solid drive by all the drivers on that team. Obviously, completely have driven away from the P2 car, putting them a lap down. And unfortunately, we lost the third LMP3 car. But those folks, Prismatic, are going to be having a great weekend next weekend, Jake, over at Silverstone.
Yeah, they certainly will do at this rate, and we'll be having a whole heap of fun there watching some great endurance racing. And speaking of great endurance racing, Barrel Racing find themselves a full lap ahead of Iron Apex Esports, and Iron Apex then finding themselves just in front of this group. We'll see whether that's just because the Lara P217 of Calamity has just gone by them, and I think the answer to that one is no. That is a full lap between Harry Shaw and Jack Barrel. So the Barrel brothers have found themselves with a day. Jack and George have found themselves working hard to try and get themselves through, but they are a couple laps off the lead, doing 2:04s. Harry Shaw, that last lap, 2:01.6. That's the difference between them and the car in front. TSRC Esports now into the pits with Andrew Pike.
Yeah, and on the barrel racing. Oh my goodness! And there's, I think we've seen that car facing the wrong way before. That number 16 Mustang had another incident that resulted in a repair. So you see him looping there. But barrel notably also 6 laps ahead of that box 3 LMP2 car. So I guess that's something to be something to be proud of on one level.
Kieran Sharp back in for TSRC Esports. We also did see the slide there from the United Sim team, so that now puts them behind Simcast and M&M Scotland, and that's a black flag then for Ivory Balfour and Prismatic Motorsports Community. So there is still a chance for Philip Sayers and the team at DSDF Racing, because that is a drive-through penalty. Another, oh, how do I put this? Another 25, and they could get close enough to start making something happen.
What? Oh, and is that on, did they cross the incidents? Is that where that black flag came from? Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
so they crossed the instant limit.
Gotcha. And we have a couple, I'm looking at my pit counter. It looks like TSRC Esports with Kieran Sharp and also M&M Scotland are in for their 4th right now. And with 107 left, that means that they're not going to make it on this tank. So a couple cars are going to need a splash and go here, which is interesting.
I think that is the consensus. It's about how much of a splash and go you get. Maurizio Sciglio back in for M&M Scotland. So they will continue on with their challenge right now. And there is Ivory Balfour. This is going to get tight on the exit. Oh, and there is a little tap going through. So M&M lead the pits, and Ivory Balfour, not much you can do about that, going through, taking the pit speed limit. And Maurizio Sciglio, I believe in the real world, we'd call that an unsafe entry back onto circuit. So an unsafe pit release there going through. And there is DSDF currently in P2, and that gap's still a lap and a half.
Yeah, and the real life stewards definitely would take a very dim view of that action. Probably not going to see any kind of action here, but yeah, very sketchy on that re-entry, and a real source of danger at the real track.
And a source of danger that many a driver will now start to try and police themselves out of, I would say, is the right way to go about it. It is very tough. When you're going down, you get a massive luxury when you're pitting on iRacing, that so long as you're traveling in the slow lane and through the pit boxes, you're never going to make any contact.
Yeah, and you see those see cars occupying the same space, and that can actually continue all the way around the track, so they're safe until they deconjoin, I guess you might say. But yeah, there is that Prismatic car back underway. Not really super clear what the interval is. I think they're still a lap up on P2 though, so doesn't cost them a lot, and they have 25 more here to spend in the last hour, so probably looking pretty good on that.
I can't remember where it is, but it is one of the African tribes. They don't have a number above 5 out there. They go 1, 2, 3, 4 many, and I think their gap is many.
Well, totally fair, and no numbers higher than 5. I'm going to have to ponder that and get back to you. I did not know that one. And meanwhile, here is a tight little into Abbey, and that is a cloud of dust and disaster. And from that little touch, and oh my goodness, going to need to take another look at that as they go back on track. And how about another little smooch? And I'll turn you again. And things getting a little chippy right now.
Yeah, you're going to have to calm your head, Mauricio. There, Luca Monroe staying out of the way. going through, and this will be the reason why, because Luca Monroe just did not want to yield heading to turn 1, looked over for the inside, got a little bit of overlap, and critically, we're just going to see it there, turns the M&M Scotland car across the nose and practically dumps them in the gravel, but critically after a moment like that, didn't drive away, elected to redress the position, and there's the little afters there by Maurizio Sciglio saying, what was that for?
Yeah, rough stuff there, and wouldn't be surprised at all if there's some conversation in the stewards' room about that little tap. Very, very dangerous at that high-speed entry to turn 1. Just a couple inches of overlap, enough to upset that P2 car and send them both into the kitty litter.
Well, Georgie Mackey's got my back here. I'm referring to the Piraha people, apparently. So thank you very much, Georgie, for getting that sorted. And so that is going to be fantastic. So that will be fantastic to note in terms of how we go about things for the future. But this battle then continues on and is going to be a little bit more heated as in comes your leading duo of this race, Calamity and Triple S, with an hour and 3 on the clock. So that will leave them probably about 20 minutes left in the race for their final stops.
Yeah, so interesting. So a high 5 is really, you're giving them everything. It's infinity, really. So a high 5 with a lot of meaning in that culture, I'm going to say.
Is it a high 5 or a high many?
High infinity.
A high infinite, but pit stops aplenty then, as in comes David Bolcom as well. Ivory Balfour in for a scheduled stop for Prismatic Motorsports Community. They go a bit longer than some of the other teams out there, but there is the launch, and off and away goes Jack London, looking to continue on. 32 seconds. David Brown racing then continues on and will inherit the race lead, but will still need to come in and make that stop. And here in slow-mo, that's the difference. Car turns in for the corner. The 177, you can argue it's about how much alongside you are, and I don't think they're fully alongside to be commanding that space. I think they have to lift out of that move.
Yeah, I think they do, and not only did they not really have sufficient overlap, it didn't look like they really were turning in at the normal place, so the lead car kind of naturally turned in across their nose, and stewarding is above my pay grade, but definitely very iffy maneuver there.
Very tough. David Brown in control now of the race lead, but is only expected to go for this lap before jumping back down into the pits once more. With an hour and a minute left in this race, David Brown will be looking around thinking, there could have been a great chance for us to go and win this one. The spin at the very start of the race certainly put an end to that. Thomas Royval in and Christopher Starsmore in. So too is Andy Chell. So a lot of sixth places in at the moment, which includes now the GT pit stops, which should be lining up their final stops of the day.
Yeah, and that has worked out very well for these GT3 drivers. I don't know if they had to do fuel save in order to make it happen, but a 1 hour burn in a 4 hour race is absolutely ideal, and we're getting down to their last pit stops right now. So it's fuel, tires, and your finishing driver going on down the stretch. And looking at that timing board, WSR Esports still sitting on that 16-minute gap, and as Jake, 16-second gap rather, as Jake pointed out, tip of the hat to Cartwell, who have not let that interval swell at all. It's been sitting 15, 16 seconds for some time now. So Will Eatwell on that Cartwell car, not giving up and hanging tough in case opportunity presents itself down the stretch.
I'm so concentrated on this race, I've just given myself an absolute heart attack as the government have decided here in the UK that they were going to test the phone alarms in case of emergencies at 3 o'clock today. So I've just had that come through and given myself an absolute scare.
Yeah. Well, I hope you have your civil defense gear and your helmet ready for when that cell phone alert goes off. We had one of those in the U.S. a couple years ago, and it definitely caused quite a kerfuffle for people who weren't paying attention. Yeah, 1 hour left, and yeah, this has really been a fantastic race here at Silverstone. You know, some rain might have been interesting, but I think for the enjoyment of the drivers and enjoyment of spectating, probably better that it stayed clear.
Yeah, so the hand is 1 apparently, so it would be a high 1 by comparison. Ashley Finch then staying out, but Will Eatwell has gone in for Cartwell Racing. They have moved the number 4 car back to Aidan Carter's control for the final hour of the race.
All right, as Carter saddles up here in the number 4. And 58 minutes remaining. And, you know, on the pit stops, Jake, I'm kind of wondering with these prototypes, do you think they probably split the fuel load of their last 2 stops here or filled to the brink? I'm looking at the times. Looks like most of the pit stop stationary times were around 40 seconds. Not a lot of deviation there. So what do you think they did? Full fill and then splash, or split the load over the last 2?
Fulfill and splash, I think, is the way they've gone about it, and here's the reason why. If you fulfill that car at the penultimate stop, you know that at any point you can deviate the strategy and pit whenever you want on the final stop if you run into troubles, for example. If you don't run into, if you do not pit with full fuel and you find yourself at 20 minutes to go, instead of 20 minutes to go, you pit with 40 minutes to go, and then have an issue at 40 minutes, you have no way of, or having an issue at 35 minutes, you then have no way of recovering. Effectively, you'd have to take that extra pit stop by comparison. Daniel Marshall will jump in now for David Brown Racing.UK, and so that will give them a chance to keep going. They're now down to 5th place and a long way behind the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa team as they leave the box and look to get back up to speed again. So Cube Controls have a wild gap, and I've just spied another Nick Casey box 3 half spin.
Oh my goodness. And you know, great point about the fuel strategy, and something that just occurred to me too is the full fill will cover a tire change. So you probably want to do it for that reason as well, to make sure that you have the best tires that you can have down the stretch. And as we see the P5 DCW Racing Mercedes AMG come in for tires and fuel for their last time, and things coming down to crunch time here. Oh my goodness. And that 91 car picking up another paint sample, and that car, now driven by Oliver Ettridge, has just been in the middle of it, Jake, for a ton of this race, and now flashing as having a dispute with a slow-moving P2 car in the slow stuff there. So frustrating for a GT3 driver as they come through club to have a prototype parked in front of you.
Well, the reason why is because that's a car fresh out of the pits, and for Oliver Ettridge, he's not fresh out of the pits. He's completely up to speed and feels like that car should be going quicker and should not be holding up. There is the 5th place car leaving pits then of DCW Orange, and that's Matty Wild in behind the wheel. So he will live on the wild side as he gets up to speed, leaves pits, and rejoins back up onto circuit. Behind that, there's a number of cars down in the pits, including Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech, the other Glass Tech car just leaving pits right now, and in comes the likes then of the 2nd place LMP3 of Philip Sayers, DSDF Racing, and Phoenix Esports Racing were also in the pits. Billy Wright leaving.
Yeah, pit's very, very busy right now, and that Vulcan car driven by Joe Glass, but by virtue of the large gap behind, entered the pits in P3, is going to come out in P3. So they've got that podium, I don't want to say sewn up, but looking pretty strong. Got a 10-second gap to the Project 91 Academy of Oliver Ettridge. And remember, Ettridge off cycle here. So while he's looking good in P4 right now, that is not going to last, because they are going to have to take a splash before this one is over. And that will effectively put DCW Racing, driven by Simnor, up into P4 when Project 91 comes in for their last fuel stop.
I'm not sure. That's 3/4 of a lap's difference between them right now. I think Project 91 might have enough of a gap.
Oh, you know what? Fair point. Fair point. Looking at the timing tower, that could be close. It could provide us with a little bit of a fight for that P4 position toward the end. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that. And I'm expecting that Project 91 car to come in Gosh, within the next 10 minutes, I would think, if I could remembering right when they came in off cycle last time.
Well, they've been pitting with about 25 minutes left, so it's around that area as Miles Hemming comes in for a final pit stop for 5.9 Hemming Design Racing, and that was a car that has been up as high as second position over the course of the racing action, with the Andrews brothers, Luke and Toby, who have been in the car. And for Miles Hemming, it is a driver change, and it is Luke Andrews who will get back in to finish off the stint down in 7th position when they made their stop. So we'll see how far they fall and what they'll have to try and gather back late on in this race. Track conditions, well, they've stayed the same in terms of temperature. The wind's still blowing about here, and naturally will do at an old airfield base. You can see it's very flat. There's not much foliage to break up the wind that is around this section, and critically in sim time heading to 20 to 3 in the afternoon. It is an 84% humidity as this track just gets a little bit easier to deal with as they go about for the final hour. But this is the tired hour out there at the moment, and I'd argue at this stage we've still technically got a race on for second in your LMP2 division as you look at your overall race leader of Jack London, the number 89 Calamity Motorsport X150 Motorsport team. They have built a gap of 12 seconds, but Kieran Sharp is hunting for TSRC against Triple S. That gap right now sitting at around 5 seconds.
Yeah, that race is 100% still on with 52 minutes remaining in these mixed class races. If you hit traffic at the wrong time, you can easily lose a couple of seconds, and that would just need to happen twice in the next 52 minutes to put Sharp right up with Morgan. And P2 definitely still on the table, and London still behind the wheel of that Calamity Motorsports car, doing an excellent job still managing that gap. He's just taken a 10th out here, 10th out there, and it's now approaching 12 seconds. So that gap under his stewardship, that number 89 car, the gap has expanded about 4 seconds from about 8 to about 12 as we see that box 3 car off the circuit. Who can imagine that happening, Jake? I'm stunned.
Well, we have seen a few of those, and it continues on, and 5.9 back out and away with the Project 91 Academy team. The 31 now looking for a way to move on up. Mikhail Sikorsky now putting the pressure to the Mustang, and around the outside tries the move. Can there be enough rotation in the middle of the corner? You're going to have to fight down the Vale over to the club section to end this lap out of number 91, which means it's fitting for Project 91 Academy team to get a pass on lap 91.
I love that move. That is outstanding. And I'll tell you what, that 992 GT3R has a tendency toward understeer, and it's very, very tough to get it to turn in there on the best of days on the normal line. And you're seeing that driver take the outside line there and make that pass happen. That is excellent, excellent driving and mastery of that kind of difficult platform. So very good stuff there. We've seen a couple of passes there, and I always admire a very strong move coming off the hanger straight.
Yeah, that was well done by Mikhail Sikorsky, having to work to the outside to make that go for 11th in your LMGT3 category out there, as Mikhail has held a very well station to keep that going. Luke Andrews having to fight hard then to the end of this race and try and make sure that points are all. The point will be a finish first and foremost, but a top 10 would be very lovely with Phoenix Esports Racing not too far down the road for them. So there is still that to deal with. There's a little look then from behind us. That will be Luca Monroe moving forward for the United Sim team. Now, haven't had many retirees. Just the 3 teams have fallen off and retired from this race so far, JR. That's Satellite Racing Galaxy, Chicken Kebab powered by Coupe number 9, and HRT Nexus Racing, one of each category.
Yeah, and those first couple retirements pretty early on within the first, gonna say 10 laps when things are the most dangerous. 10 or 15 laps took 2 of those cars out of contention. That HRT car falling off about 40 laps into this one. But pretty clean race overall. It's very, very difficult in these mixed class races, managing traffic and keeping these cars clean. And these drivers are really doing a pretty good job of doing that, particularly with this kind of variation in pace we are having even within the classes. So these guys and gals handling traffic extremely well.
Yeah, they are handling this wonderfully at the moment, knowing that they just have to try and navigate their way by. And there is a rhythm and a flow that is given to endurance racing. Once you survive the first hour and all the scariness is dealt with, you effectively then go through the stages. Okay, this is what I'm expecting to find over the course of my races, and this is what I need to deal with every time I go to the cars. You effectively create a mental bank of what various cars will do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, you're better off not making snap decisions, as you're implying there. So you have a plan when you see a certain competitor ahead, you see a P3 car in front of you heading into a certain corner, you have a plan to deal with that traffic. And hopefully these drivers have had some practice time together. You kind of build some of that rhythm in practice as well and come to some nonverbal agreements about where's an acceptable place to stuff it in, where is a good place to get out of the way if you're slower traffic. And it really does kind of go into a rhythm and kind of go into a dance between these drivers of different classes. And these folks have all done it very, very successfully.
They have done. And so when you put that into perspective, it's been a wonderful showcase of seeing these drivers deal with the traffic. And we haven't really had too much in the last hour and a half or so of inter-traffic incidents that have gone about. So give a lot of credit for the way that they have worked around that traffic and dealt with what they've needed to. There is Ivory Balfour and Prismatic Motorsports Community still out there in control and still technically on the leading lap, or on the same lap as the last place running, or second to last place running, LMP2 that is directly in front of them at this stage of 150 Motorsports. So Sam Hayes under pressure, and that would be for 9th place overall.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look. You had your eye on that battle for P2. Not a lot of movement there. It's still that gap about 5 seconds, but the leaders are coming in. Let's see, where is 89? Yeah, leaders are coming into some GT3 traffic right now. So if something is going to happen to cut that gap, it could happen in the next couple of laps. So we'll keep an eye on the potential battle between Sharp and Morgan. Looks like there's also a little train building for P10 right from Sikorsky, from Andrews. Those 3 cars covered by about 2 seconds. So still some racing going on out there with about 46 minutes remaining.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. From Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo over to 9.5 Hemming Design Racing, they're split by about 10 seconds between them right now, and that is a group of 5 cars out there on the road. So that's getting really busy, and it's right in the middle where it is with Phoenix Esports Racing, with Project 91 Academy, and with 5.9 Hemming Design, all there together and proving what they have got to do in order to chase this down. I'll argue it's 7 seconds, the difference between those 5 cars in class at this stage, and Luke Andrews trying to get on the noisy pedal to get back by Mikhail Sikorsky. Sikorsky half defending the line into the Vale. No worries about the corners there to make that move. Lots of anti-cut curbs around this circuit, and one of the big reasons why, to protect the circuit.
Yeah, and what a great shot right there that really captures the spirit of GT racing. A mid-engine twin-turbo V6, a rear-engine flat-6 behind, and a front-engine American V8. And that is for position right there, and things getting a little spicy up front as that 911 is going to try the outside, going to give himself this nice set up right there, and the Mustang will follow, and it's Feifei Blues as that car is going to lose 2 positions in 2 corners.
The Ferrari there, leaving the door ajar, and I tell you what, Luke Andrews just went yoink That's my place, and I will not have any other way to steal that. Mikhail Sikorsky now up a position and will move to 21st overall and to 10th in class. 5.9 Hemming Design to 11th, and Billy Wright and Phoenix Esports Racing are now back down to 12th.
And right on cue, a lovely, lovely battle right there through Village Loop and Aintree. Very difficult technical section, and each one of these cars with different handling characteristics will have a slightly different approach to each of those corners. So difficult to defend, difficult to attack. And you saw that Ferrari driven by Wright getting the worst of that as he washes out of the middle of that sequence and loses 2 positions. The Porsche goes through first, the Mustang follows, and a prototype coming up behind, going to get involved in this one. And oof, it is not over between these guys, and still racing for P11 like they're racing for P1.
They are. Big defense by Mikhail Sikorsky. Andrews happy to just allow that defense to happen, say I can't get it this time, but I've still got chances to go and make this pass, needing the grunt of that V8 to just propel it along here and over towards the inside. Can't get there. Defended then for Abbey, and now looking for this move. It's going to have to be an up and under that gets it done. They've now got the second place car trying to get by a Triple S Racing Pink, and Callum Morgan's going to have to sit and watch here because they're not going to allow them through. They've got every license to battle amongst themselves for position. So Morgan needs to just be patient, pick up the run off the exit then of Aintree corner, and now charge along the Wellington straight to go and get this move done. It simmers down a bit for Luke Andrews, so he'll let that one go. Will there be a throw to the inside? There will be a throw to the inside, but the door just left half ajar, and we'll have to go the long way around at Luffield corner. We'll get there, and look at this. Look how tough this is for Callum Morgan. This is a nightmare.
Wow, wow, oh wow. And we talked about it. We talked about that gap between Morgan and Sharp for P2 and how one encounter with traffic could drop that substantially, and it has happened. It was 5 seconds, now 2 seconds. So if Morgan has another problem like that with GT3 traffic, Sharp is going to be right up with him. 42 minutes remaining, and that P2 still very much in play.
That's contact, and trying to fine cut the margin for Luke Andrews. Just about stays out of trouble. It makes life so much easier for Kieran Sharp, and the immediacy of all of this is that Calamity haven't really pulled too much away from all of that. They're still around 10-11 seconds clear at the front of the field. So Callum Morgan, you could see, was flashing the lights, flashing the lights, flashing the lights, and got the clearance needed.
Yeah, and that Morgan's encounter with that group of GT3 cars cost him about 3 seconds, and only cost Sharp about 1. So, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. There is some luck involved, and Sharp definitely on the sharp end of the luck that time around.
Yeah, and then there's more to deal with because, of course, the group in front of that is Jan Usberg of Glass Tech against Andy Chell of Quartermaster Motorsport Bravo. So that's going to be closest contact between those two. Those were side by side behind it. So Andy Chell's just taking a shot to the back from Jan Usberg, and Mikhail Sikorsky still keeps Luke Andrews at bay.
Yeah, Andrews trying everything here. We can sense his frustration building a little bit, and notably they have dropped that Ferrari to the tune of about 2 seconds. So the Ferrari was holding them up and actually caused those cars to train up. And we're going to see how long that's 911 is going to be able to keep the defense up. We've been seeing this throughout this race. 911's getting pressured from behind by these V8 cars and playing defense, and it has really made for some fantastic racing.
DCW Racing Blue are down in on the pit lane at the moment, with Patrick Falconer in behind the wheel. So that then is a scheduled stop for them. Patrick Faulkner will now leave the pits because he's taken over from Richard Simnor and will look to bring the car home. They were in 5th position when they came down in and made the stop. They are now behind Ulf Racing Red, but ahead of DCW Racing Orange. So some key moves then being made until Project 91 Academy has another car looking down the inside of it, and that time it was Dave Tudor of box 3. Sikorsky now looking to really defend. Luke Andrews will have to go the long way around, and the pinch is there again going through. Luke Andrews will feel like he's not been entitled to any space on the outside. It was very much a closing door.
Yeah, and you know, just a little tap checking where they were, and you see the headlights flashing as the frustration builds for Andrews. But oh, and he's gone. He's gone. Oh my goodness, that is that move that I love, and we're gonna show that to you again. But very tidy move there.
Yeah, I think Mikhail Sikorsky realised that, yeah, that wasn't on from me. You had a really good chance to go around the outside, so lifted off of it and gave the place away. So Luke Andrews does get the pass and moves up. And just in front of that, there's Jan Östberg, who's trying to get by Andy Chell for position. This one is going to be tough because of Dave Tudor, who is there in front. That opens up the door side by side for Östberg, trying to really open the exit out of Luffield and can't quite get there. One of the few corners that is definitive of what range should be, because the karting line, so to speak, is hold the outside of the circuit where it's when it's in the wet, it's one of the most unique corners out there.
Yeah, and just when we weren't expecting a race breaking out here in GT3 for P8, there's a P8 train. It's Chell from Augsburg, from Andrews, from Sikorsky, and all 4 of those cars now covered by just over a second. So things getting very racy here down the stretch with 37 minutes left. And this is when this race turns into a sprint race. We're not conserving anything. We're not being careful. The juice is flowing, and we're going to get something done. We're going to get it done right now.
Gloves off. Östberg's not got much here compared to Luke Andrews. Throws it down the inside. Makes life a little bit easier then of the Glass Tech racing car then, and moves on by, and also has a great run against Andy Chell. It might be 2 in 2 corners. Round the outside. Trying to get it done here at the Vale and into Club Corner. Chell holds his nerve on that outside track, but will lose out the drive on the exit. And that's 2 for Luke Andrews to move up. And Östberg now has a little think about turn 1. Thinks better of it, running through Abbey, heading towards Farm and back to the village again. Mikhail Sikorsky sits on the back of this battle, hoping for a way to see that go. Sikorsky the long way around, overcooks it.
Wow, and what a move there through that tight sequence right before the new pit straight. That is one of my favorite parts of Silverstone. When you get that right, you're just on the power, running the car through the gears, sliding up to those high anti-cut curves on the exit of a couple corners in a row. It is a great feeling, and here's Sikorsky now stuffing it down the inside and showing that he really knows how to wield that 992 GT3. There's contact. Oh my goodness. And we did not want to see that happen that way. There was such a good race going on. And those Project 91 911s are going to have every color of every car all over them. They have both had a very rough go of it out here.
Well, the natural line taken was there by Jan Östberg, who was trying very hard to avoid that contact. You can see Project 91 did a very good job of making the move, left the pinch quite aggressive into the corner and just moving out there. Oh, that's tough, but I would put that on Jan Östberg there, unable to hold that line. We'll take another look. This is the best way to see it here. On the brakes and just tracking out from the curb. There's the contact.
Yeah, and you saw the inside car washing out there, and that 100% is on the inside car. Red mist flowing, trying to get on the power earlier than the car could handle, and the tires may be getting a little tired about halfway through this final stint, and those guys are racing very hard right now.
We know that the Dallara P217s, your LMP2s, will need to come in one more time. Jack London's got control, but look at the gap between second and third over the line. It was down to 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, and a great call. My colleague Jake Sperry made this happen. He got Sharp come up to Morgan, and we are going to have a fight down the stretch. There will be a pit stop before this one's over, but that gap now down to less than a second. And there it is, battle for P2.
It is absolutely on out there at this moment, and so that is going to be a case at this stage. So at least for the moment, getting a little bit more information, we believe that is Franek Sikorsky who is driving out there at the moment. So that is going to be important to note. We see Franek quite a bit out there and driving around in some of our series here on RaceSpotTV. But Callum Morgan now going to be under the ringer because Kieran Sharp has been just slowly chopping away at the tree like a lumberjack, desperate for a bit of firewood to take home. And TSRC have traditionally been the first car to pit, so they're probably going to have to build a gap a bit more after the pit stop because they've probably got a longer stop on fuel.
Yeah, the two right and nice in-car view as they come down the pit straight and heading into Abbey. And that pit stop probably not too... Well, actually, when do you think that pit stop is going to occur? Do you think it's going to be a splash with about 10 or 15 remaining?
No, I actually think it's going to be a bit longer than that. I think TSRC are due in the next 5 minutes and Triple S are due in the next 15.
Okay, interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. And there's that battle for P9 still raging. And we've got a 3-car train now. That's Chell getting past Osberg there. So it's Chell from Osberg, from Ben Wright. And those 3 cars separated by just a tenth. Oh my goodness, coming down the old straight into Abbey there. And the action really heating up in GT3. This is great stuff.
Billy Wright down the inside of Jan Erstberg at Abbey Corner. Not often you see that, but Billy has got the Ferrari motoring out there on track and now eyeing up Andy Chell for 9th place overall. So a lot of work to be done out there to get that to play, but at least for the moment, Billy Wright is the one who has got his eyes set firmly forward. But Andy Chell in that Porsche has proven that even though the pace has been sometimes a bit difficult, he's a tough character to try and get by. Erstberg behind, sliding about there through Luffield Corner.
Yeah, 30 minutes remaining, and gloves definitely off, as Jake said. And no more conservation, no more worrying about tires. We're going to drive these things within an inch of their life and hope for the best. And some great fighting. My goodness, this field had been quite stretched out and has trained up to give us this nice battle for P9 down the stretch. And great racing at Silverstone, and what a great event it's been.
And P2 suddenly closed up together. No real help in LMP2 there for Morgan with Patrick Falconer. So Callum Morgan now will find Kieran Sharp directly behind. There's the battle for 9th in GT3, closing on in, but I don't think close enough to make a move. Big power lunge to the inside from Billy Wright. Not going to get there for Phoenix Esports Racing, so they're going to have to keep that one in line. Andy Chell holding the defence stern as they head into the Vale once more, and a little look from Erstberg behind. Bottom of your screen is that battle. Sharp and Morgan stuck behind the traffic of Thomas Royval, the Argentine of Ulf Racing Red, who opens up the door and lets them both go.
Wow, and things heating up all over the place, and thankfully, RaceSpot, we've got that dual screen so that you don't miss anything. But that gap in that P2 battle in the LMP2 class down to 0.4 now. And as Jake said, we're going to see some pit stops here in the very near future. So they're going to be separated potentially briefly, but we're expecting him to get right back to it. And you know that Jack London is loving what he's hearing over his comms. This fight is going on behind him, and his gap is extended to 14 seconds now. So he's got a nice cruise to the finish. And that gap dropping down to 0.2 now. Watch that draft go to work, down to 0.1. Oh,
it was a thought.
And a little juke, little jive, but no action this time.
No, and that was the key. Kieran Sharp got close, but not close enough to go and make that pass. He sits right up underneath and tries to figure out, how do I go get by? On the top of your screen, Erzberg loses out the place to Franek Sikorsky, and then sees that place change once again. So for Kieran Sharp, it's a case of Callum Morgan now, who needs to be on red alert at this moment, noting that Ben Morley is the car in front that they've got to now deal with as part of lap traffic. And moving through, and that is Andy Chell in the grass and out of the battle.
Yeah, and he had some help there going through the S's. They were rolling the dice there.
Wow, that was nearly huge contact between Morgan and from Sharp there, struggling through Aintree Corner. It's happening everywhere on the circuit. It's Billy Wright losing out now to place to 9, which is there with Sikorsky. They'll stay side by side, trying to figure it out. But Kieran Sharp nearly getting effectively lost out in all of the malaise.
Wow. There is a lot going on out here right now, folks. This is wild stuff. That battle for ninth is just hotter and hotter every time around. Wright is going to nose back ahead, but only by 1/10 here, heading into Abbey. Side by side again, rolling the dice. Almost contact there through turn 1. And the popcorn seat currently occupied by Osberg, who will be there to pick up the pieces if things go south between these two. Holy cow.
And as that's happened, Glass Tech 158 on the back of this, they've just been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, I kind of saw that coming. A little bit of a tap and turn there. And the stewards are definitely keeping a close eye on any sort of that kind of contact.
Here comes Sharp.
Yeah, and here comes Sharp in the pits.
So we got a lot going on, and here for 5th place now in GT3, Ulf Racing Red. What can they do side by side, as this will be DCW Blue and Patrick Falconer trying to go the long way around. It's covered by Thomas Royval.
Wow, great action right here. Oh my goodness. And back out onto that old pit straight. And I love this sequence right here. Are we going to see another side-by-side entry into Abbey? These drivers are starting to hang it out, starting to take some big risks here. You know, it's such a mixed bag, Jake. You've been working so hard. Your teammates have been working so hard over 3.5 hours. Do you want to throw it away at the end, or do you want to stay cautious? Just one of those decisions that people struggle with down the stretch in Enduro.
While that's happened, we have lost into the pits Deslin Van Herp for the 63 Quartermaster Motorsports team. They had an off in the middle of the track, and that looked like around Luffield Corner where that went wrong. Driver change at TSRC, 27 minutes for Andrew Pike to bring this one home, and will come out in an island on his own with only Luke Andrews to try and get by side with DCW, and I think they'll get the clearance after working through Brooklands and Luffield to get that move. It was Luffield Corner where the pickup was made, and now they find themselves up 5th in class.
Yeah, tough move through Luffield there, especially in these front engine cars. Very, very hard on the front tires, riding that understeer all the way around that carousel of Luffield. But that Mercedes getting it done there might have cost them some heat in the front tires, but they've got a nice long stretch here to let them cool back down. But brilliant stuff in tight quarters.
Yep, so wonderfully made in terms of the move. Ulf Racing Red now dropped back to 6th position. It's 5th for the for DCW Racing Blue, and the Project 91 Academy is the car that is in front of those and is due to pit in about 6 minutes time, I would say, but they are almost a lap clear of the next place car, so they should be able to hold and maintain their 4th place position. So Triple S Pink stay out, so Triple S Racing Pink are still plodding about things, but in terms of where they need to be with their pit stop window, I would argue they've got about 1:10 to go and work with, because they're ahead of David Brown Racing TSRC Esports at this stage. This is what happened to the Bravo car going through, a little bit through the section, and just got aero loose, almost the tiniest tap there from Billy Wright. So the penalty for Erzberg would have been for a different incident. Here's the other quarter-mast motorsports car, which had the issue at Luffield corner. You can see trying to get the power down, the back just deciding it's not going to work, almost like a steering failure there, and bang, into the invisible guardrail.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a hardware failure of some kind.
Oh, TSRC's around. Andrew Pike spun it at turn 4, the outer loop, all on his own.
Oh, wow, unreal. Unreal, getting down to crunch time, and nerves are high, adrenaline is high, and mistakes are made with people driving aggressively. I did not see that coming.
In through turn 3, here we go, turn 4, looks to tip the car in, the car never looks settled, and round it goes. It's as lazy as a spin can get.
Wow. Wow, and Pike, that is going to leave a mark and potentially break up that fight we were waiting for up front.
It's wonderful in terms of the result up front, and speaking of results up front, it's been a day of dominance for Prismatic Motorsports community. It has been one where they've been looking at this gap, saying, well, we had a difficult race to begin with for the first 20 minutes, but outside of the incident that was befalling them, it's a case of, well, now we just try and finish and we'll get the result, and result was found.
Yeah, absolutely. And those gaps up front continuing to be a little gaudy. Look at WSR Esports, 36 seconds now. And are they down a pit stop? No, that's on the normal pit sequence. Calamity up by 16. So the leaders with a death grip here with 23 minutes remaining.
An absolute dominant display as we hit the late stages. Sam Hayes will jump in from 9th position overall, 150 Motorsports. Oliver Ettridge will also jump in from 4th position. So now we see how long Project 91 takes.
Yeah, this is the pit stop I've been kind of keeping an eye on. They were off sequence earlier, now sitting in P4. And what is the gap behind? Over a minute. You know, you're right, Jack. They may come out in solidly in P4 with the gap that they have right now.
Patrick Faulkner for DCW Racing Blue, their nearest rival, is only going through Copse Corner right now. They're already off the Jackson away. That's quite comfy.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're going to have 45 seconds, probably maybe 40 when they come out. So that off-sequence pit stop did not cost them. That was concerning to me when it happened earlier. They've got 4 pit stops on the books, but still are managing a P4. So very well done and good driving by that team in the 91 car.
I think Triple S are safe. They've got 1 minute and 4 seconds over TSRC now, and we saw that from the 150 Motorsport team. They did about a 45-second pit stop lane to lane, so I think that's what they're probably going to be looking at here.
Yeah, that spin by Pike, very costly. Without that, they may have come out together down the stretch. Oof. And there's traffic giveth, and that time traffic take a thing away there as that number 30 car gets tangled with the GT3, traffic turned and goes off.
Yeah, that was Franek Sikorsky there, who had nowhere to go in the incident like that. That was just a pure lockup from Simcast Racing Team UK, who find themselves pretty much isolated from the front of the field, the top 5, and then the rear 3 behind them. So that an issue for Christopher Starsmore, but able to continue on. Ivory Balfour, 21 minutes away from victory out there for Prismatic Motorsports community, and showing a lot of the wear over the course of 4 hours worth of racing. It's been a tough race.
Yeah, it has been, and it would be fascinating to walk through the paddock after this one and just check out the damage. And, you know, endurance races are just different. When a car comes off the track after an endurance race, it looks like they've been through something. That's not as shiny, it's dirty, it's dented, it has tire cast-off stuck to it, and really interesting stuff to see.
Into the pits again comes Sam Hayes. This time it's with a penalty then that has come through, and that is an iRacing penalty that has been applied to them. Whether they stop in the box or not will now be interesting. It might be speeding on pit exit, it might be incident points, but we'll see. And it looks like it's just purely incident points.
Yeah, those incidents piling up, as we say, very easy to rack them up at Silverstone. You can easily get, you know, one a lap if you're not careful because of flirting with the boundaries and a couple teams getting caught out. There was concern that that could have been a speeding penalty, but that would have been a stop and go. So back underway after a drive-through.
This might be close between TSRC and Cube Control's Reparto Corsa for the podium of LMP2. They're in the box now. Adam Grevson is behind the wheel. Andrew Pike's only just coming through at Club Corner now. Watch for that to come off the jacks and get up to speed again as Andrew Pike's making his way along the front stretch. I think he's just got the clearance here off the jacks, just getting that drive away. TSRC just hold their third.
Yeah, they're going to get through pretty easily there. 22-second pit stop there. So Cube Controls just taking a splash there at the end. But TSRC through and still waiting for Triple S. Calamity coming in.
Leaders in for their final stop. Jack London, they have put no foot wrong over the course of today, and Triple S will follow down into the pits, and they hit their marks, does Callum Morgan as he goes through, but Jack London doing himself pretty much as sterling of a job as you can possibly imagine. That's the difference, almost the full pit stretch at pit lane speed.
Yeah, great drive by Calamity, and when London got in the car, did a fantastic job of managing the gap. Took a 10th out here, 10th out there, and by the time he finished this stint, that 8-second gap had stretched to 14 or 15. So really outstanding. And you see the 376 car of Triple S having a hard time getting in the box as London pulls back out for the final 18 minutes.
Yep, so this is where you start looking around and saying, okay, I need these final few moments to just go swimmingly. Jack London out and away, Triple S leave the pit. By comparison, Andrew Pike's just only making his way into the club corner now, so Triple S have the security of second.
Yeah, they really do, and Pike is going to be kicking himself for that minor error that he made a few laps back. 16-second gap forward to Triple S. They had him. They were going to be right with him down the stretch. They had done everything they wanted to do to be in contention for P2, and that small error let it all slip away. 16-second gap forward. So really nothing competitive in the top. Actually in the P2 field, there's no close intervals left for this final sequence.
Yep, so the gaps are open, the fields are expansive. The challenge now is who can do what. Christopher Starsmore now jumps on in. It's now about converting the strategy out there, as we see so often when it comes to endurance racings. But Christopher Starsmore jumps down in for Simcast Racing Team UK. And this should be one of the quickest pit stops out there, not even jumping up on the jacks. That is a legitimate splash and dash and go.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the time. And the last splash we saw was about 22 seconds. The last couple of cars that have taken splashes. So we should see Starsmore roll here in just a moment.
Off and away. And now climbing up the speed here. The only real big uphill section will fall the 2 laps down now on the leader of Calamity Motorsport, then Jack London. So ahead of the United Sim team by just about enough of a gap to hold. So that then holds itself steady. There is that P7 car just leaving away as it stands, but still with a lot of chasing in mind as far as this goes. There's your leader, 15 minutes to go, and Christopher Starsmore picks up a black flag penalty. Now that will change something.
Oh, that definitely could. Starsmore.
Stop and go.
Stop and go, speeding in the pits with 15 minutes remaining after 3 hours and 45 minutes. And that is every driver's nightmare, making a small error on the pit speed limiter, feeling like you have...
I don't think it's that. I think it's causing a collision whilst lapping. I think they got that for the tangle they had with Project 91.
Oh, okay. All right. So that comes from the live steward then. And still painful though. I mean, in a team event, you don't want to be that guy. It is a team, but when you're in the car alone behind the wheel, it's your mistakes can impact everybody, and that's going to bite that number 30 car.
It will, and that is going to massively hurt because it will cost them about 15 seconds worth of time down the lane. They will have to do a stop. The 150 Motorsport car having a big off there at Copse Corner, dragging gravel along with them, and Starsmore once more, and they will lose that 6th place because of it. So United Sim Team will move on through to 6th, and Luca Munro will have a big beaming smile. We got them late.
Yeah, and looking at my timing tower, M&M Scotland is only 15 seconds off, depending on how long this penalty is for. They might lose another position here.
Well, it's only a 1 second stop, so they stop 1 second. They're allowed to go again, and M&M Scotland are coming along the front stretch now. This is going to be really tight coming out of the pits here and getting up to speed. M&M Scotland now are going to come over right-hand side of screen. They're going to take the place.
Wow, what a costly penalty. 2 positions there. And, Anastasi is grinning from ear to ear. He saw that counting down on the relative. He knew his competitor was in the pits and just pipped him coming down that pit straight. Great stuff for Anastasi.
It was simply put a must-make move, and the number 13 now has the jump up to 7th place with that pass. A well-timed moment for them, and doubly costly for Christopher Starsmore, who's now going to have to turn up the wick in the final 13 minutes to find this pass.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see some action there. And my goodness, Jake, look at our GT3 field. If you remember that fight with Sikorsky, Wright, Chell, and Anders were all involved in, they are spread out by massive intervals there. So I'm not sure what broke that up. Maybe differences in pit stops, but we had a huge fight going, which is completely dissolved. And we'll keep an eye on this close one caused by the penalty. 1 second gap now from Starsmore up to Anastasi.
Late stop with 12.5 to go for Andy Chell and Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo. They will have to come in and get themselves the tiniest slither of fuel in. And Anastasi now with a gap. And this is where you have that focus late. How do you hold on to it? M&M Scotland now looking around because Simcast Racing Team UK, this one would be to get back to net even, or actually net -1, sorry, for Simcast Racing UK.
Yeah, and that gap stretching out a little bit. It was 1 second when Simcast came out of the pits. Now it's ballooned to 2 seconds. So M&M Scotland looking good here for P7 with just under 12 minutes remaining.
Remember that that penalty came in just as Starsmore came out, and in comes Daniel Marshall then from David Brown Racing to make that final pit stop, and will have no real worries at all about making this stop because remember, they have about a couple laps to the good at this stage, just the 5 still on the leading lap.
Yeah, they've got that one locked up. 5 cars on the lead lap, and P6, as you said, Jake, 2 laps down. So David Brown Racing with Daniel Marshall getting that final splash with 10 minutes left. And this is the money stint where you just have to get the car out, get it around, and get it back to the finish and celebrate with your teammates for a top 5.
So Daniel Marshall back up and away again in the number 27 machine, and running about then will come out just ahead of Ashley Finch, your leader in GT3 at the moment. WSR Esports is in absolute cruise control, 35 seconds clear.
Yeah, and in the GT3 field, looks like 3 cars. The podium is on the lead lap, and everybody else is at least 1 lap down. So dominant performance, especially by WSR Esports. Really mistake-free, leading this one from flag to flag in that beautiful Mustang. So really showing how to put together an endurance race, how to put together a team effort, and really, really well done.
Yeah, this is well played out, and of course with 10 minutes remaining here in this race, it's all about countdown, it's all about finding that position, and it has been a day of wonderful driving up and down the order, and I think it goes down to saying that sim racing is all about community, and it's been about finding a finish, and there's not many races where you can say that 31 start and 28 are looking like they're going to find the checkered flag today.
Yeah, too right, and we have, there have been some bumps, there have been some bruises, and a couple penalties, a few offs, but really we've seen some outstanding, respectful side-by-side racing and some really good scrapping in the P2 and the GT3 classes. So very well done, and congrats. A little premature, but Motorsports UK has really put together a great event here, and really been a pleasure to be a part of it.
It's been all about wonderful racing, and now you're starting to see what it's about. And there is Calamity Motorsport, X150 Motorsport, Jack London in total command of the way this field works, with Billy Wright just in front to put a lap down for the 8th time here in this race. So now you are starting to sit about and see what it's about. 18 seconds clear at the front of this field, and there was a time where it was hanging in the balance, JR, here in this one, saying it was going to be, oh, it's 10 seconds here, it's 10 seconds there, it's not going to be a guarantee that this one's going to turn out to be a victory. But the way that Jack London's driven here in these final couple of stints that he's needed to put together, he's put any fears to bed, and that's what you call being an anchor, just being able to just do your job.
Yeah, absolutely. Rock steady, pristine gap management, and I have not seen that 89 in any trouble. I mean, that is pretty unique among this field. We've seen people get jammed up in traffic. We've seen people have close calls, but not to jinx it with 8 minutes remaining, but that 89 car has just been clean, smooth, and pristine throughout. So really well put together event by them.
It looks like, JR, that it's just rolled off the factory and it can go for another 4.
Yeah, it does. There's not a mark on it, and hardly has any tire debris on it. So, as you pointed out, really good work anchoring by London. There was, he had work to do when he got in the car. It was by no means a foregone conclusion. He had a job to do, and he got that job done.
Job done, and it's almost done because you've still got to dot the I's and cross the T's with 7 minutes and 3 seconds to go. Ivory Balfour in the same position right now. Maybe the easiest category in play as you see your other 2 leaders then of category LMP3 and GT3. WSR Esports making the call then down on the bottom of your screen. Prismatic on top. Prismatic will have the biggest lap victory out of any category, but it was the weakest category with just 3 teams there from the 6 that decided they wanted to sign up for it, which is a little bit of a shame. But WSR Esports, who have done a great job as well. And this is what you see. Teams that are all about this sort of series saying, this is what I want, to get the victory and then to confirm tickets over to European Le Mans Series for this next weekend coming.
Yeah, that is so awesome. And you winners that get these tickets and get to attend this race, take pictures and post them up and share your experience. I really think that's a fantastic idea. Would like to see more of that. Win on this track and we'll send you there.
Yeah, so clearance is going to be required. And as far as they go, the final 5 minutes and 50 seconds are now in the very firm and comfortable hands as Prismatic need to make a splash and dash heading towards the line. So they will jump in, and legitimately, I think all you've got to do is just threaten the car with a jug of fuel and say, on your way.
Yeah, just unscrew the cap, maybe blow across the filler and blow some vapors in there. But yeah, Ivory, very little to do here with 5 minutes remaining. And it is a bit of a shame about this P3 field, and I'm a little surprised how these signups turned out. P3 car pretty popular on the iRacing service and is an absolute joy to drive. So it's unfortunate we didn't have more of them out here, but tip of the hat to Prismatic and Ivory and the other drivers for putting in a solid drive here today.
And to pardon the joke about that Ligier JS P320, it's often known as a car that looks like it's got a tongue for a front nose, so to speak, JR. So I guess there aren't many budding dentists today.
Oh, too right. And you got to wonder if that iRacing is going to update it to the 325. I'd be interested in driving that twin turbo V6 version of that car. And in real life, apparently it is an upgrade from the same tub. So you can take your 320 and swap over some aero and drivetrain components and end up with a 325, which a lot of teams out in the real world are doing in here in the States and in the Le Mans Series in Europe.
Well, late in the last 4 minutes, it's Luke Andrews, 5'9", Hemming Design Racing. They've caught DCW Racing, and this is for 7th place. So Matty Wild is suddenly under the cosh because he's losing almost 2 seconds a lap to Luke Andrews, and now it's opportunity knocks. Will there be a look here into Stowe Corner? The grunt of the AMG Mercedes, the absolute roar from the Mustang engine all the way to the inside. Bit of blinking, that won't help, but on the brakes, Luke Andrews down to the inside, and now looking for the drive off the exit of Stowe. Can't quite get that sorted, so needs to wait for the Vale to go and work. Wild down the inside, but the drive is there, and it will be confirmed 7th for Luke Andrews.
Yeah, good work there by Andrews, and the inside left open by Wild there coming off the hangar straight. I'm not sure if he really had his heart in defending that one. Could probably tell the huge gap in pace that you pointed out, about 2 seconds a lap. So good move there, and still some action down the stretch here with 3 minutes remaining. Probably about 2 laps, depending on where the leader is on track right now.
Just behind this group.
Okay, so we're going to be on the penultimate lap next time around, I'd say.
We certainly are. So Calamity Motorsport have themselves where they need to be, have done exactly what has been asked of them. Matty Wild, I think, just a couple laps too short then compared to Luke Andrews, who had been hunting over the course of this to try and recover the car from what had been up as high as second. They're going to run out of time to catch Ulf Racing Red. They're about 8 seconds down the road, and so that's going to be a little bridge too far to deal with. But JR, what's been the racing that's impressed you the most over the course of these 4 hours?
You know, I really love, as I said, I love those outside moves into Stowe. We saw a couple of those, and what that really shows me is drivers that have put in the time to put in laps at Silverstone. It's a very difficult track. It doesn't look that complicated on paper, but it's very, very nuanced, and to get those extra tenths takes a lot of practice time, a lot of seat time, and to learn how to make moves in some of these difficult areas like Stowe particularly. Learning to drive that outside line is a project in itself, and it takes commitment to put the practice in to do that and to make those tough outside passes happen. So those have been the highlights for me, those maneuvers and passes that show the commitment that people have to learning and mastering this very difficult track.
3 hours, 58 minutes and 50 seconds down. One final lap remains for Jack London and Calamity Motorsport, X150 Motorsport. Nearly had a heart attack with Matty Wild going through turn 2, which would have put a huge dampener on things. A 13-second gap could have been erased on the final lap of the race, but Triple S Racing do not get a miracle moment here from Toaster in Northamptonshire, England. It is Calamity who have been simply faultless over the course of this race. They have not stepped a foot out of line. Just behind them you can see the LMP3 of Prismatic Motorsports Community. They find themselves in position, and then behind that by a whole straight, Ashley Finch and the WSR Esports team working through Woodcote and now past the old national pits on the right-hand side and heading for Copse Corner, one of the most famous corners in all of motorsport. There are your top two of your top two categories, both who have proven that they have been top billing here today at Silverstone, and now taking the S's section for what will be the final time here today. Jack London will take the hanger straight, followed soon in line then by Ivory Balfour there in the Prismatic Motorsport colours. Just behind, car number 89 has been simply 11 better than the number shows, completely at 100% faultless here. Just the veil left to go, and a Silverstone 4 hours that has been theirs from the moment there was contact in turn 4. Calamity X150 take it in LMP2 and overall. Prismatic will come to the line and take LMP3. The wait will come as second will be Triple S Racing Pink in their division, and third will be TSRC Esports, who have been able to hold by a couple of seconds, but now entering the Vale chicane for the last time is Ashley Finch, and the work done with the likes of Adam State, WSR Esports, dominant in GT3.
Yeah, fantastic race. Good job by the leaders, really showing what's required to have success in a team event, in an endurance event, making the right decisions, being consistent, being safe, and being fast. And it's again, if you haven't participated in one of those, encourage you to do it. It really changes the racing experience, a completely different experience from strapping in for a 20-minute sprint race by yourself. So give it a whirl, folks. You will not be disappointed.
You certainly won't, and so the last of the cars will start making their progress over towards the line and making that drive through, but Calamity got everything they wanted and then some out of today's racing. We'll be able to bring you the official classified results on screen shortly as we take a look then. Little cheeky bump there going through to say, well done, you got it done. A big old victory in the back pocket there, but that for WSR Esports was pretty much as easy as a Sunday drive that they could have possibly hoped for. So Calamity Motorsport, X150 Motorsport take the category by 12 seconds, and the overall ahead of Triple S Racing Pink. TSRC Esports finished third with Cube Controls in fourth position, just 2 seconds adrift, and David Brown Racing.UK in fifth place. Luca Monroe and Marco Anastasi will be sixth and seventh for United Sim Team and M&M Scotland. Simcast Racing Team UK in eighth after the late penalty dropped them back, leaving Sam Hayes and 150 Motorsport in ninth, and the Trials and Tribulations of Box 3 in 10th position overall. HRT Nexus would be a retiree in category as we go over to your LMP3 division, which was pretty plain to speak of, so to speak. Ivory Balfour and Prismatic Motorsports Community take that one ahead of DSDF Racing, who are a lap and a half down, and Chicken Kebab powered by Coupe 99 having damage in the opening hour of the race, meaning they were out of contention for the battle. Ashley Finch takes it for WSR Esports, then the 23 team managing that one. Cartwell Racing will take a very confirmed second, and Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing an underrated third by Joe Glass. Oliver Ettridge will be fourth for Project 91 Academy, the first of the Porsches, with DCW Racing Blue, 5-9 Hemming Design Racing, and then DCW Racing Orange losing that out in the final 5 minutes. Ulf Racing Red will be dropped down to 8th place with a late penalty by the looks of things. So they lose out that in the last stages with Franek Sikorsky in 9th and Billy Wright 10th for Project 91 Academy and Phoenix Esports Racing. Jan Østberg for Glass Tech would be 11th, 2 laps down. Andy Chell also for Quartermaster Motorsports Bravo. Barrel Racing are 13th with Iron Apex in 14th in the Audi. And then your 3 a little bit further down, Quartermaster Motorsport were able to get back out again with Fiatech Motorsports 5 laps down and 119 adrift, Satellite Racing Galaxy. We got so much coming up on the horizon with some great work that's gone through, but JR Gregory will be taking you through to the end of racing action.
All right, and what a fantastic race here from Silverstone. 4 hours of multi-class action, very, very clean racing. This race was conducted under the real weather forecast, which was potential rain earlier on in this week, but the weather gods smiled on this event, and it was lovely and sunny, and didn't have to mess around with rain tires or anything of that nature. So a fantastic race here, and I'm going to take a quick peek outside in the interview room and see if there is anybody here with us. And looks like we have a couple folks. Oh yeah, they're pouring in now. We're gonna have a clown car here in a second. And let's go ahead and bring in Jack London from Calamity Motorsports, the overall winner. So Jack, a fantastic drive today, and your team was really faultless. When you got in the car, there was about an 8-second gap behind. You did an excellent job managing that gap, picked up a 10th here, a 10th there, and by the time it was over, well over 10 seconds. And I was commenting with Jake when we were discussing your performance, we really didn't see you get in any trouble throughout the course of this one. It was a very, very smooth race. So speaking on behalf of your team, how did you as a team put together the successful effort here at Silverstone?
Well, I think we started out, and Dan is very much the better starter than I am, so I was very much happy to kind of let Dan deal with the chaos at the start. And obviously we got lucky with obviously the cold tyre spin from the front two that meant we could take the lead. And then from there we were just kind of manageable. We were going through our game plan. We knew what we needed to do with fuel-wise and tyres. And then Dan stuck me in the car, like you say, and we had about an 8-second gap. And I was like, all I need to do is just keep hitting my marks. And it turned out hitting my marks was enough to really get to the end. Even though there's a couple of times I got lost a second or so because of traffic. We then closed back up. We really played almost like a game of chess. From going 200 mile an hour, which is not a bad way to do a 4-hour race.
Yeah, really, really very well done, and you did an outstanding job minding that gap. And we're trying to get people interested in team racing who are in the audience who may not have tried team racing before. So, what is it? If you had to talk somebody into trying a team endurance race, what are the high points for you in participating in an event like this?
Preparation, all the stuff leading up to before it, the engineering stuff that you make, the strategy sheets, the setup work that you do, you put a lot of hours outside of just what is really 5 hours worth of this event into it to ultimately get a really rewarding result. Or sometimes you don't. A lot of times we've exited events and it's just gone horribly wrong, and we're thinking, oh god, here we go again. But you always come back for more because you just get that itch. And today is one of them where we've ticked the itch and now we want to go again. More in the future, definitely, for me and Dan.
All right. Well, yeah, you guys definitely did a fantastic job, and thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us. And I got one more question for you. You've got some tickets to the ELMS event coming up at Silverstone next weekend. So are you going to make that, and are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, obviously, I was fortunate enough that the pre-season test back in July, I was actually there at Silverstone for that, and the noise of these LMP2, GT3, and even the LMP3, just pure talk. I love Le Mans. I love the Le Mans series, and I can't wait to be there.
Yeah, there's and you're going to get treated to some fantastic V8 sounds, and you were at testing, so you heard those Mustangs, you heard those V8 LMP3 cars, and it is absolute symphonic experience. So enjoy your run, your experience at Silverstone, and enjoy this win. You guys did a fantastic job. And as we wrap up, is there anyone you'd like to thank or give a shout out to today?
Just a shout out to obviously everyone that was working with us at 150 for this round. So Sam Hayes, Ryan Turner in the other car. It was awesome to see them. Also to see Dave and Nick and Marco Maurizio. We all work together in real life in motorsport, so it's nice to see us all come together for a bit of fun in the sim. So shout out to all those guys for what has been a fantastic couple of weeks.
All right, excellent. Well, Jack, congratulations again on the P1 and a fantastic drive, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
All right, and that was Jack London from Calamity Motorsports, P1 overall and P1 in class by about 12 seconds after a masterful drive. And next I'm going to bring in, I believe I have Ashley Finch here from WSR Esports. Ashley, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you guys put together a pretty convincing drive out there today. You were victorious by about 35 seconds driving that Mustang GT3. So what was your key in the success that you had today, keeping the car clean and making all the decisions that come at you in rapid fire during a mixed class race like this?
I think the key things for us was just to try and keep it clean as much as possible. You never know with multi-class racing how certain kind of cars are going to pass you, so just trying to give them space, try and minimize the risk as much as possible, and then just stick to our kind of game plan, making sure we had enough fuel so we didn't have to do an extra stop towards the end, and just kind of see kind of how it played out.
Oh yeah, and we were discussing fuel, and that was a question I had for you. So it looks like most of the teams at the top of the GT3 managed a 1 hour burn, which meant 3 stops. So was that due to fuel save that you were able to get an hour out of a tank at Silverstone?
Yeah, a little bit. It wasn't like a big fuel save that we had to do, particularly when you've got multi-class racing and letting off the LMP3s, LMP2s to make the pass, so you're kind of doing a bit of fuel save through that anyway. But yeah, certainly have to save a little bit just to make sure that we kept going past the hour, and yeah, made it a 3-stop race.
Yeah, well, very good. And as part of this, as I'm sure you're aware, you have got tickets to the ELMS race next weekend at Silverstone. So are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me and Adam discussed about going to the race anyway, and then we saw this came up and saw there were tickets online, so we thought, hey, we'd give it a go, and hey, we've got free tickets into it. So yeah, great job by Adam to kind of start the race, get the gap, and yeah, it's great to be able to close it out.
Yeah, well, that is excellent, and you're fortunate to have Silverstone as a home track that you can just get in your car and drive to. I have a little taste of that living about 12 hours from Laguna Seca, but I'm sure that you guys are going to have a fantastic time at Silverstone watching the return of ELMS after over a decade absence. So thank you so much for stopping by and chatting with us. And as we wrap up, is there anyone you would like to thank or give a shout out to today?
Yeah, just I'd like to shout out Adam again. Did a great job at the start of the race, made the gap, made no errors, left plenty of off tracks for me, and obviously a great kind of team effort throughout.
All right, very good. Well, you enjoy the race next weekend, and congratulations again on the P1 and a fantastic and very clean drive.
Thank you very much.
All right, cheers. All right, and I have one other person in the interview waiting room, and I'm not exactly sure who it is, so we'll ask them. Jamie Martin, welcome to the commentary booth, and what was your involvement in the race today?
My involvement was getting to watch my team win. So I'm filling in, of course, for the incredible Prismatic Motorsports drivers who were a bit too shy to want to do an interview today, but I thought I'd hop on and talk to you lovely folks and talk a little bit about a race we're pretty happy with.
Oh, excellent. So were you a team engineer or a supporter? What was your role in getting this done today?
It was all very much support from afar. The drivers had it all covered. Rachel, Shuggy, and Ivory, they all had it covered. They were all managing each other. They were all setting each other up, spotting for each other. Me and the business development lead in Georgie Mackay were very much just sitting there, being willing advocates and pushing them onwards to see how they would do. And I mean, they did an incredible job.
Yeah, it was a great drive, and congrats on P1. It is too bad that there weren't more of these P3 cars. A little surprised at the size of the field because these cars are quite popular on the iRacing service. But why don't I'll just give you an open mic and let you talk a little bit about Prismatic Motorsports.
Okay, well, Prismatic Motorsports is a transgender or non-binary sim racing team based out of the UK, but we've got drivers and a community from across the world. Our aim is ultimately to provide and to elevate and to advocate transgender and non-binary people, whether it's in their passions for the sport, those that are incredibly talented. How can we put them in the best positions to succeed? And go and help them make a name for themselves. We've been everywhere, we've done it. Race against some of the biggest names in sim racing and come back with many battle scars, but many battle scars that prove that we deserve to be here. And ultimately we're really chuffed that finally, after a bunch of attempts and close calls, a few podiums, we're really glad that even in a smaller class, we've finally managed to come on top of a category in a Motorsport UK Esports event. Considering we've been around the houses with them, we're usually at the Brick Car 12-hour. We're usually at the where, of course, we've been a consistent team within the British F4 Esports Championship the last number of years. So, really over the moon to finally have a chalk mark against our name. And I mean, credit to the other teams. Of course, it's very difficult to race, especially when you have such low class numbers to race against, and the gaps are quite big. But massive credit to the other teams, and obviously the other team that we were battling with early on. Unfortunately, they weren't able to continue, but they put on a heck of a good amount of racing, and we just got lucky in surviving that incident.
Well, really great stuff, and congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on the program. It sounds like you're doing good work out there. And as we wrap up, is there anyone you would like to especially shout out or give thanks to today?
Of course, all the drivers, specifically Rachel, Shuggy, and Ivory, for putting in an incredible set of stints. The usual, the Prismatic Motorsports board, of course, Georgie Mackay, Roxy Gibson, Bree Widener. And on top of that, our community and our partners. For example, Racing Pride, we have End2End Motorsports. We have Go for the Gap, Simhound, Agent Inc., and Motion Podcast. And of course, we've got the lovely folks that are running the PMA program, the Academy program for coaching. So we're really glad to have all of them on board.
All right, very good. Well, congratulations again on the P1. It sounds like a milestone for your team and your drivers, so that is awesome. Thank you for coming by and chatting with us, and we'll see you next time.
Yep, thank you very much.
All right, and that was Jamie Martin on behalf of your LMP3 winner Prismatic Motorsports community, and that is going to conclude our coverage today of the Motorsports UK 4 hours of Silverstone. And thank you so much for joining us. Jake talked to you a little bit about our offerings later on today. And if you haven't seen the Radical SR10 in a fight, I'd invite you to join myself and Ewan O'Leary at Hockenheim in a couple hours here. A little bit later on this afternoon, we're going to have a Radical League SR10 race on that glorious Sturman Formula One track. And I promise you, it is going to be awesome. So I am JR Gregory on behalf of myself, Jake Sperry, our producer, Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, and everyone here at RaceSpotTV. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you real soon.